This meeting is being recorded.
Thank you. Let me start over. This is the general board meeting agenda for Wednesday, July 13th, 2022. The meeting time is 7 p.m. I am just starting this meeting. We'll call the time at 7:02 since the recording started. I would like to go ahead and thank everybody for attending our meeting tonight. Carol or Cindy, could you scroll up so I can see more? I would like to remind everybody of a few things. One of them is that we need to watch our decorum. We want to make sure that we act in a professional manner and that we do not get, we watch our responses to things so that there are no issues. I also want to remind the public that we will not accept any things that are out of order that try to stop the neighborhood council business. So this is basically a warning about behavior and making sure that everybody treats everybody with respect. I would like to, item number 1, I called it to order already. Is voluntary recognition. Cindy, are there any volunteers we're recognizing this evening?
No, just move on to number 2.
I would like to mention something though, because it's really important. We want to adjourn this meeting tonight in memory of Steve Black. He is on our beautification committee, and he has been volunteering in our community for many, many years, and he was a wonderful man, and so we will be adjourning the meeting in his honor. Item B is report on the 4th of July parade. We had the 4th of July parade. It was a wonderful event. The STNC passed out little beach balls with our logos on them, and I believe other items are Post-its to for outreach to the community so that people would know how to contact us. We did not put a picture montage together, but maybe we'll have that ready for the next meeting, or we'll put it on our website. Were there any, Cindy, did you have a comment on the 4th of July parade, or Cheryl?
I didn't. You might want to ask Cheryl. Yes.
Cheryl, did you have anything to report for National Night Out? I'm sorry, for the 4th of July parade?
Sure. Yeah, it was a beautiful day, perfect weather, and several board members came. We were on a float and some of us were on foot. Like you said, handing out beach balls. We also handed out those handy refrigerator magnets with important city phone numbers, and just interacting with the community, young and old and everybody. It was a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next item. Save the date for National Night Out, August 2nd at Little Landers Park. We will be doing our annual National Night Out, and we have been putting the banners up, and we are reaching out currently to the other organizations for them to have a table at the event. This year we will be adding Tonga Little League. I've been in touch with them. Also, we're reaching out to the other organizations. Cheryl, I think you've been in charge of this. Did you want to make a comment?
Nina might know more information.
Okay, Nina.
And Nina's not here just yet. She'll be here a little bit later. She's running behind. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
But there's entertainment with a live band, and lots of camaraderie with our neighbors and LAPD. So come on out, 6 to 9 p.m. on Tuesday, August 2nd.
And also I would like to add that we will have games for the kids. And any of the neighborhood council committees that would like to have a table, please let us know. Moving on to item 2, roll call and voting eligibility. Carol, would you please call roll?
Okay. Everybody's unmuted. Okay. Lydia Grant.
Yes, I'm here.
Lala Rowe.
Here.
Thank you. Karen Perdue.
Here.
Ed Babakanian.
Ed is not here.
Yeah, I know that, but I still give him a chance. Who knows? Carol Hutchinson. Lenny Freeman.
Here.
Katie Travers.
Here.
Trevor Smith.
Here.
Claire Gordon.
Here.
John Van Gunten.
Present.
Karen Moran,
Here.
Belinda Woodruff,
Here.
Cheryl Smith,
Here.
Michelle Wadler. Michelle Wadler. Okay. Shirley Kim. Shirley Kim. Okay. Chris Rowe.
Here.
Nina Royal, not here yet, right?
Should be
Okay.
late.
Okay, Cindy Claycorn
Present.
and Mark Siegel.
I am here with Leah.
There you go. All right. $15, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. Moving on to completion of city done required training status for the STNC board. Raul, are you available with this information? Carol, do you see Raul Preciado in the audience?
No, I don't. Perhaps Cindy could unmute him.
We are at this neighborhood council is at 100%. Just to let you know.
Awesome.
It changes every month, but I just want to let you know.
Thank
that,
you. And thank you for all the board members for completing your trainings.
There we go. Let me get Raul here to speak. There you go, Raul.
Yes, thank you. Yes, you're correct. Everyone is currently up to date. The next person that will need to retake a training is Shirley Kim in the month of August for her funding expiration and September for ethics and code of conduct. But everyone else is good until next year.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Item B, announce any board member recusals or paid lobbyists in attendance. Do we have any board members that will need to recuse themselves on any of the items on our agenda? If so, raise your hand. Carol, do you see any hands?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Do we have any paid lobbyists in the audience? If so, please raise your hand. Do we see any hands, Carol?
No.
Okay. Announcement of vacant board seats as stakeholder group representatives. There's 2 positions available. The details are at our STNC website. I have heard that there are 2 people who are interested in joining the board. One of them has reached out to me, and the other one, I believe, is also working on their paperwork. So moving, and because this is about the vacant board seats, I do need to bring something up here because I don't know if it's on the agenda, but this fits into here. So our bylaws, you know what, I'll do it under the bylaws report, but they're the 2 are it's related. So let's move on to item 3, Pledge of Allegiance. Lenny, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance for anybody who would like to say it?
Okay, everybody sit up straight, hands over your hearts. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Talk about variable latency.
Okay, Lenny, no side comments. Okay, so now we move on to item 4, comments from the LAPD and our elected officials. Carol, can you see if any of our officers are here?
I see, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble viewing participants. If Cindy could check that one. She's also host.
Yes. I don't see.
I saw Juliss's hand raised.
Right, but I don't see LAPD. And if they could raise your hand, if all of the representatives could raise their hand, then we'll be sure to catch them and give them the ability to speak. But I'm sorry, Lydia, I don't see any officers here at the present time.
That's fine. We can add them later. We just have a policy where we do LAPD first because they need to get back to work and we've been asked by the department. So we'll move on to our elected officials. I can't see hands.
So we have William Steele here from Catherine Barger's office.
Okay. William, please go ahead. We're trying to keep the minute down to about 2 or 3 minutes per representative. So we have a large agenda tonight. So thank you.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Thank you guys so much for having me today. So first update, COVID-19 update.
So the county public health will be shortly announcing that the county will be in the CDC's high transmission tier. So once the county reaches that tier, a mask mandate will be implemented in the next 3 weeks. Supervisor Barger does not support an automatic mask mandate, as she believes implementing mandates that are inconsistent across county lines only creates confusion and frustration among the public. Also, this action is not in line with the rest of the state and creates inconsistencies which make enforcement very difficult. Also, she believes we are now at a point where we are equipped with the necessary tools and resources such as vaccines and treatment, where our hospitals are not inundated as they once were. The supervisor strongly encourages everyone to wear masks in indoor settings and crowded settings, but we must do away with blanket mandates and trust our residents to make their own informed decisions about their health risk. So moving on to the eviction moratorium relief to property owners. So at the June 28th meeting, the Board of Supervisors unanimously passed Supervisor Barger's motion to provide eviction moratorium relief to property owners. This motion will identify existing funding, legislation, and programs to bring them financial relief. The supervisor feels strongly that the county needs to do more to help property owners who have been bearing the brunt of the eviction protections our county has put in place for more than 2 years. So that's the only updates I have for today. Again, thank you guys for having me, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your input.
Lydia, are you taking any questions for Q&A?
Do we have any hands raised? If so, we can take a couple questions.
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay.
Beyond. Okay, next is Declan Floyd.
Okay. Declan, did you want to go ahead?
Yes. Hi, everybody. Nice to be here as always. I just want to start by thanking everyone who organized and participated in the 4th of July parade. The senator was thrilled to be up in Sunland-Tujunga to ride in that parade. Really a great turnout from the community. It was a wonderful, very patriotic celebration. So thank you to everyone who had a hand in putting that together. The legislature's on summer recess right now, so not much to report. But we did finalize the state budget, and the senator got several of his priorities included in the budget, which included $2.2 million for the Los Angeles Zoo, which is something he's very excited about. That'll increase the biodiversity awareness as well as improve the habitats of a couple of endangered species. I do want to just remind everyone that we're in kind of a perpetual fire season, but especially now as things are heating up and drying out even more, I just want to remind everyone to be vigilant of anything, summer cookouts, open flames anywhere. We want to be really aware of our fire risk, as well as the fact that we're in a severe drought, and so we don't have a lot of water to fight these fires with. So please also be diligent in checking your water usage, and let's all try to conserve water as much as we can together. And then lastly, looking forward to National Night Out. I will be there in Sunland-Tujunga with all of you. Looking forward to it. And as always, if there's anything we can do for you from the state level, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We love how much you come and participate. You do such a great job, and thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Happy to represent you for the senator.
Thank you. And just so you know, if you're interested, you can have a table at National Night Out. If you guys, instead of just walking around, would like to have information or something, you're more than welcome to either bring it or let me know on the side, and we can have a table for you.
Oh, awesome. I'll bring at least some coloring books for the kids and maybe some pamphlets and information. Thanks very much.
That would be welcome. That would be awesome. And also any of the representatives, you're welcome to do so. So thank you. Jalissa is next?
Jalissa's next, yes.
Jalissa, please go ahead.
Hello, good evening, board members and community members. Once again, Jalissa Hernandez with Assembly Member Luz Rivas. I'd like to start off tonight by sharing that a few weeks ago, the governor signed the California state budget for investments in the state. And I'm really happy to share that this new budget includes a $17.5 million in state investments that Assemblywoman Rivas was able to secure for Assembly District 39. And 2 of these budget allocations will be going to community projects, One of the projects is a $7.5 million improvement safety enhancement for the Pacoima Wash pedestrian bridge and bike path. Unfortunately, a few years ago, there was a tragic incident where we lost a young student that was going back to school that had to unfortunately cross this area, and we did lose him due to the unsafety of the Pacoima Wash. So hopefully this specific project will help enhance the safety and will prevent any future incidents from happening at this specific location. And the second budget allocation I do want to mention is a $10 million investment to LA Mission College STEM Hub. This specific STEM Hub will help increase the funding for any student that's interested in the STEM field. As some of you may know, the Assembly member is an engineer herself, and so she does believe that increasing access to the STEM field is something that will definitely be helping us in the future with our STEM leaders. And in regards to events, there's some upcoming events that we have in the district. One of the very first ones I want to share is for Saturday, July 23rd, an avocado and policy event that will be happening from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. From 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. in Sylmar. And this specific event is an urban gardening workshop about avocados and citrus in partnership with LA Sanitation. And this will also include a legislative update with the Assembly member herself. So it does include a section for the workshop, but it will entail an additional section for you to be able to communicate some of your concerns with the Assembly member as well. And once again, this is for Saturday, January 23rd. The second event that will be happening is Saturday, July 30th, which will be a summer block party for families in the San Fernando Valley. This will be in downtown San Fernando to celebrate the $7.5 million in state funding secured by the member. And this will be an opportunity to come out and be able to look at a lot of the resource booths that are going to be there. There will be free entertainment, free food, beverages. So this is a family block party for anyone who's interested. And once again, this will be happening in downtown San Fernando, July 30th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. that day. And both of these two events will be posted on the Assembly members' official Facebook for anyone who has any questions, or I'll be more than happy to send that information to anyone as well. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great rest of your night.
Lydia, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
This is a question for the Assembly member, and possibly could be for Senator Portantino. There was a jackknife truck on the westbound 210 freeway, I think it was last week, which shut down the entire area very, very broadly. I was wondering what the ETA time is for the completion of all that work, and if there can be better signage along that route for the drivers there.
Can you repeat the location one more time? You mentioned the westbound 210, correct?
Yes, at Wheatland, I believe it is. Anyway, it's a real tight area because it's been undergoing a lot of construction, and it affects so many people. So anyway, if you don't have anything about it, you can get back to us. But I just want to know when it's going to be done and over, and whether there can be better security and better visibility as to signs of what the off ramps are, because it seems very sloppily done.
Cindy, thank you so much for sharing that. I'll be more than happy to get in contact with Caltrans about the date of this specific project, and I can get back to you. Would that be okay?
Certainly, certainly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay. Cindy, can you see any other hands raised?
No other hands raised at this point.
Please
Next
check, because Pat Kramer had something under recognition. Could you please, do you see Pat Kramer's hand?
Do you want to take her next? So we're just going to go with CD7 next?
Go with CD7 next, and then we'll call on Pat in just a couple minutes. So what we'll do is we'll do it under the STAT committee.
Because we have CD7 and then Raul.
Okay.
and
Okay.
then Pat. Okay.
Okay, or we'll, yeah, that would be fine. So,
Okay.
go ahead,
Mary.
Mary, and please try to keep the comments brief if you can, but we
And
appreciate.
welcome to Mary. I think this is
I
her
was just
first time
saying,
speaking.
wait. I was just saying, welcome, Mary, and thank you so much for attending our meeting tonight.
Sorry.
That's okay.
No, that's okay. Thank you guys. I'm happy to be here with a little more time under my belt this time. I think last time I stood in there for about 15 seconds. So thank you guys. Again, a few updates for the Tujunga area is the McGordy Arts Center. We did make progress on the repavement and tree root pruning. So we're hoping that the construction will be completed by the end of summer. We're excited. I know we've been working on that for a little bit. And then the other thing is just FYI, next week on the 18th, the tree trimming will begin in Tujunga. We'll start on Glory Ave to Haynes Canyon. And like I said, that will begin on July 18th and will continue going until the end of the fiscal year. It'll be about 1,000 trees. So we're excited about that. And then Eve will have the updates for Sunland.
Thank you very, very much. We appreciate it. Okay.
Eve is here, so go ahead. She can go ahead, I guess.
Okay, Eve, go ahead, please. And we're trying to keep the comments short as possible. Go ahead.
Sounds good.
Thank
Hi,
you.
everyone. My name is Eve Sinclair. I work as the area director for Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez. I wanted to give a couple of quick updates for Sunland. We are working on bringing a dog park to Sunland Park. It's a request we've gotten quite frequently from community members. So we've been working with Rec and Parks. They are currently working on a concept plan, and we're looking to host our first community meeting in regards to that project in mid-August. So we'll go ahead and keep you guys posted when we have a date set. It will likely be hosted at Sunland Park. And so we will keep you posted as we move forward towards getting community input on the project. And then we also have an update on the federal earmark grant. As you all have heard from many updates over the years, the councilwoman had secured $4 million for traffic safety projects across the district. There are several of them that are going to be in our community in Sunland-Tujunga. It includes 4 speed feedback signs that will be added on Foothill throughout Sunland-Tujunga. There will be a left turn signal installed at Foothill and Mount Gleason. And then we also will be adding an emergency hybrid beacon. It's a warning beacon that stops traffic in front of the fire station on Foothill. Currently, the firemen have to, go out with their bodies to stop traffic. So it will be a lot safer. And we're also adding a pedestrian hybrid beacon at Wingate and Foothill to make it safer for people to cross that area. So that has been, the contract has been awarded, and it will actually, we're just waiting for the notice to proceed to be issued, and then installation will begin. So we're looking forward to our pre-construction meeting with them and to seeing those improvements coming very soon to the area. And my last big update is that this is my last week with the council office. So I'm moving on to a different chapter in my life, and just wanted to say thank you all. It's been a lot of years of working hard and seeing a lot of great projects come to fruition. So I'm leaving you in good hands with Mary and my future replacement, I'm sure. And I wanted to say thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Cindy.
Just really quickly, for either Mary or Eve, is there any update on the lights on, the lights that have been out for months now? I know that the monies was awarded. And before I zip away, congratulations, Eve, on anything that you're pursuing in the future, and best wishes to you as you go. So thank you for all you've done.
Yeah, thank you. We have, the councilwoman did actually fund some overtime work to repair streetlights. As you know, copper wire theft has been really a difficult problem that the city is experiencing as people are stealing the copper from the streetlights. We did recently repair, there were several circuits out by Mount Gleason Middle School and the neighborhood surrounding that. So those were all repaired, I think about 3 weeks ago now. And also there was a whole section near Our Lady of Lourdes, both the church and the school on Apperson and Tujunga Canyon, and those were also repaired. So we're continuing to kind of push priority locations, especially anything like schools that might be unsafe or, other vulnerable areas. And we're also looking at ones that are a little bit longer term. There's been a big backup with street lighting, responding to all this theft. And so they have been, we did fund the overtime work, but we also, the councilman's been working on securing more budget funds for them to be able to expand their services to repair. Oh, and one more quick thing too. The Caltrans project, there is a link on their website. It looks like it's expected to be completed spring of 2023. So
Okay.
I can send it to you guys.
Just so you know, and hopefully people know, the Lights on Commerce are funded by the owners of the properties here. So we pay in our taxes every year. So just so you know. Okay. Who's next?
I actually had a comment for Eve. Eve, the local Girl Scout troop had brought the dog park idea to our community improvement and government affairs meeting, and we had discussed it several times. I just wanted to let you know that in case there's a way to, I'm not sure who they were representing, but in case there's a way to include them in that conversation.
Yeah, they actually had met with the councilwoman earlier on. So we definitely will obviously invite them when it's time to come, especially. But yeah, it's open obviously to everyone in the community, and we definitely would love input from everyone that uses the park, from residents. So, but we'll definitely be including them. They had actually made their presentation to the councilwoman a few years back.
Okay, I really appreciate it. And also one last thing, the neighborhood council provides the dog poop bags at Sunland Park.
Yeah.
So we should talk about continuing to do that, or we can discuss that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mary's hand is up.
Mary, go ahead, please.
Oh yeah, sorry. I just meant to mention one more thing, that we will have the movie nights beginning in CD7 again, and we do just want to invite all of you guys and the community members' families. We'll send out, I'm sure, the flyers as well as they'll be posted on the councilwoman's Instagram and Facebook. But this upcoming Friday, week from Friday, July 22nd at Handsome Dam will be in Canto, and then in a few weeks following that, August 12th will be Luca. There'll be community booths and resources in the area, so we just wanted to invite you. And as always, thank you to the biggest supporter in my time here thus far, Eve. We will desperately miss you, but thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Raul is next.
Raul's next.
Yes, go ahead, Raul.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Raul here with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. Just quick announcements. So there is an event this Saturday, July 12th. It's our election strategy plan town hall. So if you can save the date for that, that is going to be on Saturday from 1 to 2:30. It is going to be virtual via Zoom. I have been sharing the details via my monthly updates, and I'll send that out again tonight or tomorrow morning so that you have the ability to register for that event. Also, just a reminder, there was an email that went out to the board asking the board to complete what is known as an election information worksheet. That is due on August 1st, and it does require board action. So I know you're not going to have the next board meeting before that date, so it may require for you to consider a special meeting to take action on that. And then lastly, I know that, later tonight, I think there'll be an item number 11 about the letter to the library. Just for public knowledge, we've asked the board to just hold off on this item so that we can review some of the concerns that we received. And that's from the city attorney's office. So that was a recommendation to the board. But that's it for tonight. I'll follow up with the email updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Raul, I have a question for you. The department has sent us a survey asking us, it was in regards to returning to in-person meetings and or hybrid, and they sent it out to each of the board members asking for information. It says it's anonymous, but then it asks you what neighborhood council you're on, what position you're in, what is your race, what is your age. My question is, what do any of those questions have to do with us going back to in-person meetings or doing meetings hybridly? Thank you.
Yes, Lydia. So actually, we were talking about this today during earlier in the day during staff meeting. It's anonymous in the sense that it doesn't or shouldn't require for you to provide your name, right? So we are able to tell how many people, and we want to know that people from each neighborhood council is completing these forms. So part of what we're going to do as NEAs is follow up with boards, specifically boards who have no one completing that information, essentially. So we do want to know that we have neighborhood councils completing, even if we don't know exactly who those board members are that are completing that form. I'll find out if we can provide any more information as to why some of the things that you mentioned are being asked as part of that survey. But yes, let me follow up with you on that.
So I know that the deadline is soon, but I'm just letting you know I will not be filling out that survey because that information is not optional. That information is required. So I'm letting you know that I will not be filling out that survey. And I have made it very clear what the board at this point feels about in-person and hybrid meetings. So thank you. Let's go ahead. I'm not trying to be it's just not okay. If you asked us about meetings and what we would like, that would be great. And that's what should be there if it's a survey about meetings. I appreciate your input.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item.
You have a hand raised for John Van Gunten.
Oh, I'm sorry. John, did you have
Pat Kramer.
John, did you? Yeah, I was going to go ahead and move Pat to the stat committee. John, did you have a question for Raul?
Yes, I did, and thank you. Estimado señor Preciado, thank you for being here. Much appreciate hearing from you, even if I don't see you. I just want to make 2 points in response to a huge misunderstanding that's been floating around here. One, I just wanted to make clear that at no point in any document or in any venue did the STNC suggest anyone ban or eliminate or take off the shelf or burn or anything else, any book, booklets, set of books, literature, or anything else. If anyone has that impression, it is a complete misunderstanding. And I just wanted you to have it stated very clearly. Second, more of a procedural matter, I don't really grasp, and this isn't really something I would expect you to respond to, but I just don't really grasp how you feel or how Dunn feels or the city attorney thinks they have any standing to politely mandate that a neighborhood council table a simple request to reclassify library books to an appropriate age group. How is that at all controversial? So based on that, I just want to say I, for one, will not be voting on tabling this because it is completely harmless and has been blown out of all proportion. And may I say, either due to a great misunderstanding or with complete falsehoods. I don't know which it is, but and second, I don't think anybody has any standing to tell us on what we can and cannot opine to other city agencies. Thank you so much. Always appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Lydia, I just wanted to let Raul know that we have the worksheet, the election worksheet as item 14 tonight. So
okay.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you, and thank you, John.
Thank you. So moving on to the next item.
Is Pat Kramer?
I was going to have her speak during the stat committee.
Okay.
This item should not take long. Report from the land use committee and discussion possible action for the STNC to approve the land use committee comment support letter recommendation for 7740 McRorty.
Carol, are you able to scroll through for that item? Are you using the packet?
Is Pat or is Patty here to speak to the item?
I don't see her.
Yes, she is. She's got her hand raised.
Oh, good. Okay. There she is. Let me get, okay. Thank you, Lala.
Okay, Patty, go ahead, please.
I hate talking at these meetings because we already go through it at the land use. I'm not sure if everybody read the letter. or I also sent the proposal that the church had made. We did meet with the representatives, and several neighbors showed up, and the church gave a proposal or a re-proposal, what they did a few years ago, shortening the hours, shortening what they would do, shortening everything that the neighbors had opposed to previous years. I don't remember if it was 1 or 2 years off the top of my head. I don't remember right now. But they all agreed. The only thing is that they asked one neighbor that butts up against to the property where the lower parking lot is, which that parking lot, from my understanding, has been there since day one. And he's built his house way after that. But anyway, he requested a 6-foot block wall so that when cars pull in at night, the lights won't shine into his house or the noise. And so that is in the letter. Of course, the wall really depends on the city's looking at, because there's, making sure that the oak tree is not destroyed, and the city will permit a 6-foot block wall or the wall in there. I don't know if anybody has any questions. We went very thoroughly over the meeting, and like I said, he sent a presentation on what they plan on doing and not doing. So, anything else?
No, if that's all you have, does anybody have any questions for Patty? Let's go ahead and make the motion. Do I have a motion to accept the Land Use Committee's recommendation on 7740 to 7770 West McWherty Street?
This is Carol. I'll make that motion.
Okay. Okay, so Carol made the motion, Lala seconded. Are there any questions for Patty first?
So are you taking board questions or audience questions?
I'm taking questions from the board.
Okay.
And then we'll move to the community's comments, and then we'll come back to the board for comments.
Okay, KT has her hand raised.
KT, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the Land Use Committee for taking care of the oak. I think that's incredibly important, and thank you so much, Patty.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you. And are there any other questions from board members? Are there any hands?
I don't see any.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and go to the community if they'd like to make comments on this item.
Okay, so Pat has her hand raised for a different item, and I'm not sure if this one, Cyan, if that's for this item.
Okay, Cindy, I can't see any hands on the screen I have. So,
okay, so
you guys can go ahead and call the names.
You'll have to ask this name, Cyan, if this is regarding this item, please.
Okay, Cyan, is this item
Hello? Hello? Hello,
I'm
Cyan. Can you hear
I want to
me?
be very clear. This episode is not going to be.
Hello?
Yes.
I have a question about, this issue of
before you finish, let me explain. In public comments on items, we cannot answer questions, but if you would like to make a statement, you're more than welcome to.
And this is regarding item number 5 on the agenda, which is a land use item.
No, this is regarding the book that is going to be reclassified.
I'm sorry, this is out of order. We go by the agenda items, and this agenda item is
I
come
wrote
back.
my
Back
hand
to her.
during the
Ma'am, did you have a question or comment, or sorry, a comment in regards to the planning item? If so, please raise your hand, comment on this planning item for McWherty. If not, we'll call on you during the proper time in the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other hands in regards to the planning item? Cindy?
I see no other hands.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Let's go back to the board for any comments or questions. Are there any hands?
No.
Okay, Carol, would you like to go ahead and call for the vote?
Okay. All right. Lydia Grant,
Yes.
Lola Rowe,
Yes.
Karen Purdue,
Yes.
Ed Babakanian's absent. Carol Hutchinson, yes. Lenny Freeman,
Yes.
Katie Travers,
Yes.
Trevor Schmidt,
Yes.
Claire Gordon,
Yes.
John Van Gunten,
Yes.
Karen Moran,
Yes.
Belinda Woodruff,
Yes.
Cheryl Smith,
Yes.
Michelle Wadler, she absent still. Okay. Shirley Kim, she's okay. And Chris Rowe.
Yes.
You didn't call me.
Because I haven't gotten to you yet.
Okay, well, I just got the mute button. It wouldn't show up. So
Nina
thank you.
Royal.
Yeah.
Cindy Claycorn.
Yes.
Mark Siegel.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Sixteen yes and 3 absent.
So I've been here for about 10 minutes, Carol.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Lydia, Officer Kaloka is here.
I know, I had already promised Pat she could go though. So what I'd like to do is if we could put the agenda back up, and then I'd like to move into the next section, call on Pat, and then we'll, I see somebody, Cyan, with their hand up. Cyan, did you have a question on this item?
We're not on an item yet.
Okay,
What item are you on?
that's
Lydia?
okay. I can't see the screen. I can't see the item number.
Okay.
Okay, so we're moving on to item 6, committee and liaison reports. I'd like to go first to the stat committee and then we'll go back to item 5. Pat, go ahead.
Okay, now I have a voice. Thank you very much. I wanted to first thank Officer Kaloka, who did an investigation on behalf of our Safe Traffic and Transportation Committee after 2 trees were knocked down by a motorist speeding down Foothill Boulevard last month. Thank you, Officer Kaloka. She did a great job. Unfortunately, there was no license number on the video on the car speeding, but at least we know now what happened. And we lost 2 trees, and that was very unfortunate. This incident happened a week after our June 18th Tree Care Day, and STNC was one of the co-sponsors. I want to thank STNC. We had a great day. We had 30 people come out to volunteer. We took care of 70 trees, pruning, watering, fertilizing, and mulching 70 trees. And it was amazing. We got it done in less than 3 hours. All of these were trees on Foothill Boulevard in Tujunga. The next event will be in Sunland, but I don't have a date for it yet. But my Safe Traffic and Transportation Committee did a wonderful job of putting everything together. And I want to thank Trevor and Cheryl for bringing the easy ups and setting everything up and helping out with the event. And they always help out. So I really appreciate it. And any other people, including Ed, who purchased all of the, and Karen, who made this happen also, in getting funding for us to purchase more fertilizer and also refreshments for that day. It was really a great event. So that being said, I had a meeting with the members of the Crescenta Valley Town Council, specifically with the Town Council President, Harry Leone, and Dee Mueller, who's the head of the Safe Traffic Committee of the Crescenta Valley Town Council. And we decided that we should know each other and we should work together whenever possible because we are sharing the same street, Foothill Boulevard. It runs through both our communities and we both have similar problems with people speeding and unsafe driving. So they have the sheriffs, we have LAPD. I was really happy to see that Dee Dee told me yesterday that the sheriff said if they're driving through Sunland-Tujunga and they see any kind of traffic violation, they will give a ticket even though they're not LAPD. So I was really happy to hear that they're doing that for us, because as you know, we do have only one traffic safety officer, and that's Joel Flores, and he can't be everywhere in our community at the same time. We hope eventually to get funding for another traffic safety officer from CD7, but we'll cross that bridge when we are able to. I just wanted to ask if Dee Dee Mueller was here or Harry Leon, because I wanted to introduce them as public officials during the public official section of the agenda. And I had my hand up, but I guess you didn't see me, Cindy. So do you see either Dee Dee or Harry in the audience?
I don't, but we do have some call-ins by phone numbers. So if they could raise their hand. Lydia, can you describe what the star, is it *6 to raise their hand if they are here on the phone?
It's *9.
*9.
That would be for Dee Dee or for Harry if they want to just introduce themselves. I told them we just have 2 minutes for an introduction.
I don't see them here, Pat.
Okay, anyway, thank you very much. Again, thank you, Officer Kaloka. You did a thorough job and I really appreciate it. And thank you, STNC, for pulling together on this event and helping 70 trees.
And Officer Kaloka is here.
Yes, I'm here. You're very welcome, Pat, and thank you for taking care of Oak Whittier Boulevard along with all the volunteers. So it took a little time, but it wasn't that hard. So, are you guys ready for me, or you guys still want me to wait?
No, I was just going to call on you. Go right ahead.
Perfect. So for those of you guys who do not know me, I'm Officer Kaloka. I'm the senior lead officer for the Tujunga area, SLO 59. Just real quick on, I'll give you numbers real quick. We're down overall on Part 1 crime, approximately 9%. I do have 100% increase on robberies. And it's basically, it went from 4 to 8 now. So the numbers are not astronomical, but like I always say, one extra or any of them are one too many. The good thing about it, and it's a good thing, it's the only positive thing I would say is that it's not somebody coming out and robbing people in the middle of the street. A lot of these increases are what we call Estes robberies. So basically when an individual goes in to steal an item from a store and they use force or fear, it's no longer a theft. Now it becomes a robbery. So that's where we're at with that. And the other increase that I have is on burglaries. I have a 6.1% increase, which is basically 2 more than we had year to date last year. I know I've gotten a few emails and phone calls regarding the issue with the bear spray down on Day Street and Poly. I'm actually happy to say that today, as of a few hours ago, we made an arrest on it. I cannot, because it's still an open investigation and it's still ongoing, I cannot provide any more information other than there's been an arrest. So I know that's probably going to bring a lot of peace of mind to some of the individuals out there in the vicinity. I know it does to me, even though I've been out for the past week on vacation. As far as anything else that we had going on, I had prior to me leaving 2 weeks ago, there was complaints regarding some RVs down on Big Tujunga Canyon and Mount Gleason. There was about 6 vehicles. I went, paid them a visit, glad to say that they're gone, but at least from that area, now they moved on to another area. One of those vehicles is, actually a lot of those vehicles came from Sherman Grove, just so you guys know. So I know that Officer Figueroa, both her and I are working on that issue. And I know she's on the other line, so if there's no more questions for me, I don't know I don't know if she appears on Zoom, or if not, the last 4 on her number are 3411. Because she says that she can't speak, but she can hear you guys.
I see, I have 2 coming up as call-in user, but I don't see, is that Officer Potter? It wouldn't show her name?
No, this is Officer Figueroa. She's Officer Potter.
Oh, Figueroa. Okay.
Yes. She actually, good news, she actually just promoted to sergeant as of a couple of weeks coming up. She's now Sergeant Potter.
Can she *9 and I can?
I know she can hear, so hopefully she can put *9. Let me text her real quick.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. She says she's on Zoom, but the last four of her number are 3411. I don't know if it comes up somehow.
No, I don't have a call in.
Okay. Well, I can give her numbers.
Or you can have her raise her hand. Because
I just texted her to
okay.
to raise her hand. So she says she can listen.
Diana Figueroa?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Got her? Okay.
Yeah, she can go ahead now.
Hello?
Hello.
There you go.
Hi, there we are. Okay. So I'm Officer Diana Figueroa. Sorry, I was having issues with my audio here. Like Officer Coloca was saying, we've been having a lot of issues with the RVs. I've reached out to some people, and I have gone to the areas, and some of them have left. Some of them I've given them warnings, and everyone's been very cooperative. Let me see, and I know you wanted numbers, but I can't. Let me see if you can give me 1 second. And I just had it here.
I got your numbers if you want them.
Oh yeah, please.
Okay, so just on 35s on Sunland side, there's a 25% decrease on violent crime, which are going to be your robberies, your rapes, and your aggravated assaults. However, property crime, there's an increase of the same at 25%. So overall, it averages to a 16% increase. The biggest, I'm going to say the biggest decrease that she has is going to be on rapes, which is 75%. So that's really good. And the highest is going to be on burglary. We haven't seen any patterns or anything like that within the locations. The only thing that I've noticed is on Foothill Boulevard. So we know that's going to be basically because it's the main corridor. And that's all I have as far as your number. Before I leave, I want to make sure that you guys are invited to the National Night Out coming up in August. Last year I missed it because I was on vacation. This year I will be there. So hopefully I'll see some of you guys there. Back to you, Diana.
Okay, thank you for that, Gloria. So again, I'll try to be out there for the National Night Out as well. If you guys have any questions, you can feel free to email me. I don't know if you guys have my email, but I can go ahead and give that out to you guys. And you guys can reach out to me for any issues or questions, or if you guys just want to talk to me.
Thank you very much. Okay, Cindy, are there any hands up?
Patty Potter has her hand raised. Is that from before, Patty, or did you have something else?
No, I want to ask one question. If you would get Officer or Sergeant Potter's correct email put on the STNC website, you still have Caesar as the SLO for Sunland. So if you could correct that.
Oh, thank you, Patty.
Okay. And it would actually be Diana Figueroa, and my email, if you want, I'll give that to you right now.
Okay, go ahead.
My email is going to be 36838@lapd.online.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Lydia.
Yes, so we're going back to item 6. Any of the other committees would like to make a comment? Budget, Finance, Land Use, Stat we did, Stark, Community Improvement and Government Affairs, Outreach. Are there any hands going up yet?
I see Pat Kramer and Patty Potter.
Yeah, Pat can go ahead and go again. I know she forgot something when she was speaking earlier. Go ahead, Pat.
I can't, am I on?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was waiting for the unmute button to show up. I just wanted to acknowledge 2 of the SDNC board members. on my committee who have been tremendously instrumental to taking care of the trees. And that would be Lenny Freeman and John Von Gunten. They go out every week and they help improve the trees' watering potential. And I just wanted to acknowledge them because I forgot to previously, but they really are workhorses, both of them. And I thank you very much for the work you do. That's it.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Okay, Cindy, are there any other hands up?
Patty Potter.
Patty, go ahead, please.
I just want to announce that we have 3 openings on the land use committee. 1 full and 2 alternates, or maybe 3 alternates. I forget. I'm sorry. I don't have my notes in front of me. So if anybody's interested, please email me at patipstnc@gmail.com, I guess is good. Yeah. So
Thank you. And Patty, are those positions for board members or the community members?
the land use committee member, not board member, but the land use committee.
No. Is the opening for somebody that's a board member?
Yeah, I think we're eligible to have 3 or 4. We only have 2 board members right now. So yes, there'll be able to be at least 1 more from the board that can join. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And there is an application to fill out, so they can contact me for the application. Thank you.
Thank you. So START committee, community improvement, government affairs, outreach. Any hands going up?
Nina has her hand raised.
Nina, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't see. Is National Night Out on the agenda?
We spoke about it earlier.
Sorry, I missed it.
Did you want to go ahead and give an update on that?
Sure, if I can. We're going to get the barbecue from the LAPD. We need somebody to go pick it up and also to take it back. And we certainly can use more hands to help do the decorating. The Elks are going to do the food. That's all covered. We have Vacation with Bill, which is Bill McGee. He's going to have his band. And we welcome the help of anybody that wants to volunteer. So, give me a shout out either by phone or by email. Let me know. And you're certainly welcome. We're also going to be getting safety material from the LAPD to put out for handouts for the CPAP table. So anyone who wants to volunteer, you're more than welcome. It's going to be a fun night. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone outreach? Youth and adult education? Is Lala's hands up?
Hello? Well, I didn't have something specifically prepared, but I can let you know that we have tentatively worked out that we will have in August, the dates are tentative, the Speechcraft towards the end of August. And we're also going to have a understanding the homelessness solutions and situations and solutions. And then in September, we're going to have our basic personal finance seminar done by our own treasurer, Ed Babakanian. And that is what I have for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Beautification, liaison reports, ad hoc bylaws committee. Sandy, did you want to give a report?
She doesn't have her hand raised. Did you want to?
Okay. I'll go ahead and give a report. We were at the bylaws, the bunk commissioners approved our bylaws at the last bunk meeting on July 5th. And so the new bylaws will go into effect before the next election, so that the new seats will be the ones that people would be voting for. Those positions would be, I'm trying to remember them off the top of my head, president, vice president of outreach. The same, the executive committee stays the same, but we will be adding an additional secretary for a recording secretary And then we will be adding additional seats instead of group rep seats for an education representative, a senior representative, a public safety representative, and some additional region seats in Region 3 because the area has been growing with apartments, and in Region 4 because of the massive amount of land that has to be covered by those reps. Region 4 includes everything from the Verdugo Hills Golf Course all the way to the 210 freeway, which is a huge amount of stretch for just 2 people. So the new bylaws have been approved and they will go into effect before the next election. But they will not, those positions won't be available until we're running the election. So we will not be opening seats up for those positions until it's time for the election. I guess we'll go ahead and move on to the presentation and video on evacuation routes. Cindy, could you make Chris a panelist, or Carol?
Okay, Raul has his hand raised.
I'm sorry, Raul, go ahead, please.
Yes, sorry, just a quick note about the bylaws. So I emailed the board the bylaws. However, upon further review, there was like a doubling of the tables that have the descriptions of the new positions. So just letting you know, I will be sending you an updated version of those bylaws. So hold off on uploading those that I had sent you already.
Okay. And Raul, there is a copy in the board packet tonight up on our website, the red line version, so that everyone can see what the changes are.
Oh, okay. So that may include the duplicate, I guess, on the positions. The first 4 positions, I think, is like an extra page. Just letting you know, we'll switch that out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is Chris LeGras here? Do you see him, Carol or Cindy?
Yes.
Okay, can you please make him a panelist?
Mm-hmm. He's a panelist now.
Okay. Cindy, Carol, tell Chris what we need to do to have him show the video first, and then we'll move to the motions. I know the video may seem a little bit long, but it's really well worth watching, and we will be the leaders in something really big if the board chooses to move forward with it. So Chris, can you, do you need us to share a screen? Cindy, do you want to just play it? What is the best?
He should be able to share screen.
He should be, yeah, he should be able to.
Okay.
There we go. Can you guys
Yes.
see it?
Yes.
All right. This was something, sorry, it says keep Eagle Rock moving. This was, we presented this video to the new Los Angeles Fire Department, Fire Marshal, Deputy Marshal, and also the head of facilities and hydrants last week. So that was the context in which we prepared this, but it covers Sunland-Tujunga, it covers CD7, and it really kind of gives a sense of what we're dealing with and what we need to address in terms of both emergency planning and for individual citizens evacuations. So as the board said, it is a little bit long, but we think it's got a lot of useful information. So hopefully we won't put too many people to sleep. Should I go ahead and just play it?
Yes, go ahead and play it. You have to turn it up.
This is Eagle Rock in northeast Los
Chris,
Angeles.
the video's not playing.
The neighborhoods in this part of the city.
It's not, oh, I have to set up in audio settings. Hang on.
We have audio. We do not have movement on the image.
Okay, bear with me 1 second here. It's probably oh, there we go. I have to start video. Do you guys have the video now?
Cindy can,
I only see an airplane.
okay, it's behind his name on the box.
So he's gonna have to reshare.
Reshare. Okay, I'll stop sharing.
He could stop share and start over.
Right. I think that'll hopefully solve the problem. We'll see.
Sorry for the delay. Hang on, guys.
Yeah, okay.
Screen share.
Oh, no,
Do you see it now?
no. Okay, go.
Good.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, now we can.
And you see that?
Yeah.
You see the title? Do you see a title page?
No.
Just a picture of the road at probably Little Tonga or whatever.
Oh, that's my
Back screen
profile
or whatever.
picture. All right, let me try this. I'm gonna unshare screen. How about that?
No, that is the plane again. When you share the screen, you have to select the view that you want us to see. You have to actually click on, it'll share screen, and then you click on the one that you want us to see. No?
It's not giving me that option. Does anybody else have, if I send a link to the video to Cindy and Lydia, can they do it?
I don't know. We could try, but I'm not prepared for it at this moment. But we can move on to some other agenda items and come back, I guess.
Okay. Chris, do you have Cindy's email address to send it to?
Yeah, I'll do that right now. I'll send it to both of you guys.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to our special meeting item while we get this set up.
Assessing this meeting.
Yes, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. I'm trying to give you guys, Carol, the opportunity to put up the new agenda. So I'm going to temporarily adjourn this meeting at 8:09 p.m. We're going to move to our special meeting item and we'll come right back. Okay, and if Chris, you could send the link. Okay. So we're moving on. So I adjourned the meeting at 8:09. And we're going to move on to the special item agenda. So I'm calling this meeting to order. Roll call for the special meeting. Carol, go ahead, please.
Okay. Lydia Grant.
Here.
Lala Rowe.
Here.
Karen Purdue.
Here.
Ed Babakanian's absent. Carol Hutchinson. Yes. Lenny Freeman.
Still here.
Katie Travers.
Here.
Trevor Schmidt.
Here.
Claire Gordon.
Here.
John Van Gunten.
Here.
Karen Moran.
Here.
Linda Woodruff.
Here.
Cheryl Smith.
Here.
Michelle Wadler. No, okay. Shirley Kim. No, okay. Chris Rowe.
Here.
Nina Royal.
Here.
Cindy Claycorn.
Present.
And Mark Siegel.
I am here.
Thank you. You have quorum. Lydia?
Yes, okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, the beautification committee had requested that we add someone to the agenda to be appointed to their committee. So it's a discussion and motion to approve the beautification committee's recommendation to appoint Curtis Brown to the beautification committee. Do I have a motion?
I move, Lala.
Thank you, Lala. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, Cheryl seconded it. Are there any comments from the community on this item? If so, please raise your hand. If this is specifically to approving the beautification committee recommendation to appoint Curtis Brown. Are there any hands in the audience, Carol?
Just a moment.
Marjorie's hand is, I'm gonna.
Oh, wonderful. Marjorie, go ahead, please.
Oh, yes, I'm very sorry. We're trying to have Curtis, I told him about the meeting and everything, and he's been trying to get on, but he just seems, I don't know, for some reason, the Zoom doesn't seem to be cooperating with him.
Mm-hmm.
But he has come for our mural. He's been very helpful with the mural, and I'm sure he'll get the Zoom. He got on our beautification committee. I don't know what's going on tonight. He just has had a hard time he's really been trying to get on.
That's okay, Marjorie.
He did send a nice letter, so I guess the board can decide on the letter.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
He did. That's page 3 of this agenda.
Okay. Okay. We have a first and second. Do we want to go ahead and vote on the motion?
Cheryl has her hand raised.
Sure, Cheryl, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm pretty sure that's the same Curtis I met at the tree watering event a few weeks ago, and he did an amazing job. So I will definitely vote yes for him. Thank you.
Oh, I have a Curtis Brown in the audience.
Oh, you got him?
Yeah, he did.
Hey.
To go ahead and
sorry, to unmute.
He's unmuted. Curtis, you want to go ahead?
I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hey, how about that? I'm in. Woohoo.
Okay, just let us know why you're interested in the beautification committee.
Oh, well, Nellie and I used to work together. She was my mentor there at AT&T, and when I ran into her, she told me about it, and it sounded interesting, and I've been doing it now a couple months, and yeah, it's great. I like the whole idea of the whole thing. It's great.
Well, thank you very much. So let's go ahead, and are there any board member comments? Are there any hands? Otherwise, we can call for the vote.
All right. Lydia Grant?
Yes.
Lala Rowe?
Yes.
Karen Perdue?
Yes.
Ed is absent. Carol Hutchinson, yes. Lenny Freeman?
Yes.
Katie Travers?
Yes.
Trevor Smith?
Yes.
Claire Gordon?
Yes.
John Van Gunten?
Yes.
Karen Moran?
Yes.
Belinda Woodruff?
Yes.
Cheryl Smith?
Yes.
Michelle absent. Shirley Kim absent. Chris Rowe?
Yes.
Nina Royal?
Yes.
Thank you. Cindy Claycorn?
Yes.
And Mark Siegel?
Yes.
Okay, that'll be 16 yes and 3 absent. It's approved.
Thank you very much. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this special meeting at 8:14, and we'll move back into our regular meeting at 8:14. And we will continue to try to move on this item. Cindy, do you have the video to show, or Carol?
I thought Chris was sending it to Cindy.
Let me share my screen and let's see how we go. Don't know if it will work. Okay, ready? Can you see that?
Yes. I think so, yes.
This is Eagle Rock in northeast Los Angeles. The neighborhoods in this part of the city, from Elysian Park in the LA River Basin through LaSalle Park, Mount Washington, Highland Park to Eagle Rock itself, they're small towns nestled in one of the world's biggest cities. They're special. Eagle Rock is known for classic LA bungalows and craftsman and Spanish-style houses, as well as rambling apartment buildings and newer construction. The neighborhood's heart and soul is Colorado Boulevard, a bustling thoroughfare lined with shops, cafes, and restaurants. There aren't as many big chains here, but more independent mom and pop businesses. It's old school LA, diverse, thriving, prosperous, and increasingly at risk. Like many LA neighborhoods, Eagle Rock faces significant constraints on ingress and egress. Colorado is one of 4 main thoroughfares that link Northeast LA together. Critically, it's also the primary evacuation route for the 40,000 people who call Eagle Rock home. For all intents and purposes, it's the only one. Indeed, in the likely event of one or more freeway closures during a mass emergency, Colorado Boulevard becomes the only way out for those 40,000 people. That's why residents are deeply concerned about a proposed transit project that will radically alter Colorado Boulevard and Eagle Rock. Residents believe for the worse. Colorado is one of the original thoroughfares in this part of LA, and it's evolved over the last century to become one of the truly great streets in our city. Today, Colorado Boulevard is 2 lanes in each direction with wide bike lanes and parallel parking on the outside lanes, and a center median with many left-hand turn opportunities. And this is the redesign Metro approved in April. What was once a 6-lane thoroughfare will be reduced to 1 lane in each direction for traffic. Outside lanes will be replaced by bike lanes protected by parking spaces, of which only about half will remain. The centerpiece is the pair of red lanes in the middle of the street. It's called Bus Rapid Transit, or BRT, dedicated lanes available only to transit buses, prohibited to cars, trucks, and other vehicles. Believe it or not, this congestion, this chaos, it's what they consider success. In this rendering, they even include a driver trying to pull out of a dangerous parallel parking spot and a fire engine, lights and sirens trying to navigate through. The Colorado Boulevard BRT project is consistent with LA's push over the last decade to reduce our region's traditional reliance on cars and incentivize people to use buses or bicycles to get where they're going. While efforts to modernize and diversify LA's transportation network are laudable and overdue, the results have been mixed at best. Despite billions in investment, the promised boom in transit usage hasn't materialized. In fact, ridership was plummeting even before COVID-19. Nor are Angelenos using bicycles to get around. Traffic hasn't improved and in many places has gotten considerably worse as a result of road configurations. Most distressingly, public safety has suffered. Between 1995 and 2015, the year LA launched a citywide Vision Zero initiative, an average of 85 pedestrians and 10 cyclists died on LA streets annually. In 2016, Vision Zero's first full year, pedestrian deaths spiked by over 50%, from 74 in 2015 to 117. 2018 was even worse, with 134 pedestrian deaths, the most in 3 decades. Bicyclist deaths also have reached multi-decade highs. Things have gotten so bad that in April, the City Council ordered an audit of Vision Zero to try and establish just what's going wrong. However, at least one critical factor doesn't require a city audit. It's right in front of us. As it stands today, every single road diet, every single traffic calming device in the city of Los Angeles violates state, county, and city fire codes. Public records requests and off-the-record conversations confirm the city has not sought and LAFD has not granted the legally mandated approvals of any traffic calming measures. The results in many places have been catastrophic, even deadly. Not moving.
So what are they supposed to do, these people?
That's okay.
That's because Scumming Avenue is now one lane, it's narrower. So, I mean, we have to work on reverting Scumming Avenue back to 2 lanes of westward traffic.
Road diets and traffic calming measures can be dangerous and even deadly on a day-to-day basis. In the context of mass emergencies, they've proven disastrous. The 2017 La Tuna fire in the San Fernando Valley wasn't large by modern standards. Only about 1,500 people evacuated. But the experience showed how challenging road diets can be during evacuations. 4 months before the fire, over residents' objections, the city installed a road diet on Foothill Boulevard out of Sunland-Tujunga. Like Colorado Boulevard with Eagle Rock, it's the community's primary and often only evacuation route.
We had thousands of motorists coming through our community on one single lane, We also had emergency vehicles trying to get through who were unable to navigate the cars. Cars had to drive up on the bollards, in some cases up on the sidewalk. And we were told that LAPD had to send in motorcycles because they couldn't get their cruisers through.
Shockingly, despite the experiences of the Latuna fire, less than a year later, the other major evacuation and emergency route in the region was also road diet, Latuna Canyon Road. We can't talk about road diets and traffic calming without talking about the 2018 Camp Fire in Butte County. Of course, that was a once-in-a-century event, and we need to be cautious about drawing too many conclusions. However, it's beyond dispute that a traffic calming initiative significantly impacted both emergency access and particularly evacuations. A decade earlier, the Humboldt Complex fire ripped through the region. Evacuations in Paradise ground down to gridlock. Subsequent evaluations, including a civil grand jury inquiry in 2009, recommended steps to ensure the scenario never repeated itself. In addition to robust emergency planning and training, it was recommended that Paradise widen and clear dozens of key routes and intersections. Instead, in 2012, Butte County launched a program of traffic calming and road diets. Ironically called Safe Streets for Paradise, it was literally the polar opposite of what had been recommended. It included new bulb outs, sidewalk extensions, center medians, and other features. Most significantly, Skyway Boulevard, the only four-way highway in and out of Paradise, was narrowed from those 4 traffic lanes to 2 through downtown. When the next fire came, the consequences were as tragic as they were inevitable. Safe Streets for Paradise became deadly. The situation was so dire that the Paradise Town Council subsequently voted to re-widen the Skyway. 3 years too late. Scores of LA neighborhoods have combinations of population, topography, and access similar to or worse than Paradise. Climate change, unprecedented fuel loads, and ongoing development in the urban wildland interface ensure that list will only expand. Moreover, LA County's population is expected to grow by 3.5 million by 2050. The city of LA is putting the proverbial cart before the horse, building infrastructure for a city that doesn't yet exist, and very possibly never will. The Eagle Rock BRT is the perfect example. Part of the larger 19-mile NoHo to Pasadena transit corridor, projected to cost $300 million, It's a Manhattan-style transit concept imposed on an LA suburb. It simply doesn't make sense. And the design itself is deeply flawed. To take one of many examples, the design Metro approved includes new twin concrete medians directly in front of LAFD Station 42, cutting off left turns. An expanded conventional bus stop directly to the station's right will make right turns challenging when buses are present. And of course, this is LA. Like most streets, Colorado Boulevard maxes out on a regular basis, even in its current configuration. All of which is why it is absolutely critical that our public safety agencies, starting with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department, get a seat at the table, preferably near the head. LA's streets, roads, and highways are being transformed at a head-spinning pace. And while it's laudable to want to make them safer for non-motorists, we can no longer ignore the negative consequences of road diets and traffic calming. Completed projects should be evaluated and, if necessary, modified or removed. And all future projects must receive LAFD approval. The law requires it, and the safety and lives of millions of Angelenos depends on it. Thanks for watching.
Okay, Carol, do you want to put the agenda back up? Lydia?
I'm sorry. Carol, if you could put up the agenda. I started talking, but nobody could hear me because I was muted. So this moves on. Cindy, can you tell me the agenda item number?
Agenda item number 8.
Okay, so this moves on to agenda item number 8, which is a motion. The reason this was done is to show you some of the issues that are happening around the city, but to also bring to the attention, as many people have spoken in the last fires that we've had, you know, between the station fire and the creek fire and the La Tuna fire. You know, we are in a danger zone. We are in an area that floods, that has mudslides. And so this is a project that's been worked on for a long time. So basically we have a motion. I'll go ahead and read what it's about, and then we can go ahead and have a conversation and get input from the community. So the motion, it's enhancing and strengthening Los Angeles County's emergency preparedness and evacuation planning. Like all California, Los Angeles, and particularly Sunland-Tujunga and the greater San Fernando Valley, face unprecedented dangers from our state's trifecta of natural disasters, wildfires, flooding, and earthquake. The dangers of wildfire and flooding continue to worsen as a combination of climate change, misguided in retrospect forestry management and development policies, and in other direct and indirect factors. Our community has endured multiple wildfires, including 2 of the largest in LA history, the 2017 Creek and the 2018 La Tuna fires, as well as resultant mudslides, with each year passing the likelihood of significant earthquake increases. In addition to these out of nowhere dangers, we must also reckon with new long-term dangers like increased periods of extreme heat and drought and extreme weather in general. These dangers are highlighted in a report issued by the Los Angeles County Department of Sustainability, the CDS, in October of 2021, quote, LA County Climate Vulnerability Assessment, unquote. This document lays out the current and future risks to all Angelenos. It includes some 24 maps of specific areas and communities at risk for wildfire, inland flooding, coastal flooding, extreme heat, and other hazards that pose threats to life, property, and sustainability. Sunland-Tujunga has many such areas. Reports like this one, along with hard experience over the last decade, leave no doubt that the city and county have a long way to go before we consider ourselves prepared for the next significant natural or human-made disaster. Neighborhood councils, as the elected bodies closest to residents, can take a leading role in pushing for preparedness. In our community, during the Creek and La Tuna fire evacuations in several places, Carol, can you scroll up, please? Bogged down into near gridlock. Fortunately, no human life was lost, but though 40 horses perished when a rancher was unable to reach her property in time. Likewise, during the 2018 Woolsey fire, the biggest in LA history, evacuations were uncoordinated and chaotic, which much of the West Side slowing to a crawl as tens of thousands fled. The after action report prepared by the board of Citygate Associates LLC described the dynamic nature of evacuations, including detours necessitated by fast-moving inferno. The authors noted in particular the effort to evacuate 250,000 county residents may not be reproducible as in the early hours. There was not a clear single comprehensive voice speaking to evacuation, and not all notification tools were used or used often enough. This kind of situation could easily have play out in our part of the city. These have been the warning shots. The campfire in Paradise was another one. Over the 4th of July weekend in 2018, a strong regional earthquake reminded us of our vulnerabilities again. And in January 2022, we were reminded that tsunami is a potential hazard. We've gotten relatively lucky so far. However, the city and county do not act decisively and quickly to upgrade, update, and modernize our emergency response systems and procedures. It is only a matter of time before tragedy strikes. This is especially true when it comes to evacuations, where the county, like dozens of others throughout the state, is frighteningly unprepared. Public safety is the first obligation of public service. We have no time to waste. Los Angeles is in good company. Over the last 5 years, many California counties have taken deep looks at their emergency preparedness plans, particularly evacuation routes and procedures. The efforts include formal civil grand jury investigations, which have occurred in nearly half of the state's counties, as well as expert third-party analysis like the Woolsey After Action Report, academic studies, and news media investigations. Collectively, those efforts reveal the distressing degree to which communities throughout California are unprepared for the inevitable. A recurring theme is significant, often potentially catastrophic shortcomings in evacuation planning and infrastructure. Other issues include significant gaps in emergency alert systems and communications, and poor coordination plans between and among different cities, counties, and agencies. Carol, can you scroll up?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. In 2018, we could never have foreseen such a confluence of events. In 2022, we have no excuse to be unprepared. And as noted, the dangers will only get worse in the near term. Indeed, the issue is more immediate than ever. As we enter the 2022 peak wildfire season here in Sunland-Tujunga, it is essential that residents understand evacuation conditions and constraints. We still have not fully evaluated evacuations in 2017 or 2018 or learned from them. It is therefore urgent that the steps be taken to fill in those gaps in our knowledge, and we must assure our community is prepared for the next emergency before it happens. We still have time. So the motion I'm going to read is not word for word the way it is on the agenda, but the motion is, I therefore move that the Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council formally requests that the 2022-2023 Los Angeles County Civil Grand Jury prepare an investigative report into the state of evacuation preparedness. The 2021-2022 Grand Jury final report included an investigation titled "Only We Can Prevent LA County Wildfires," which evaluated the status of the county's wildfire work farms. An evaluation of evacuation routes and constraints is the next logical step. I further move that the STNC form a standing wildfire working group, which we believe should not only be maybe a part of our public safety committee as we get it started if people are interested, but the group's first task would be to study the evacuation routes, constraints, and procedures in Sunland-Tujunga. The group will interface with our local fire personnel and Cal Fire Forestry Department personnel as appropriate. The group will report back to the full STNC no later than October with findings and recommendations. I further move that the STNC invite representatives from Los Angeles Fire Department, LA Fire Department, LAFD, to join our August meeting to discuss emergency preparedness, particularly evacuation planning. I further move that the STNC calendar follow-up meetings with LA Fire Department regularly and no less than once per quarter to ensure we remain up to date on relevant information, which we will disseminate in the community. Do I have a maker of this motion?
I move, this is Lala.
I'll second it.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have Lala moved it, Lenny seconded it. Are there, first of all, are there any questions from the board members in regards to this?
Yeah,
Lydia.
KT has her hand raised. I heard Nina's voice.
Okay.
And I have a amendment. And Mark Siegel has his hand raised. So KT's first.
Okay. Go ahead, KT.
In the first paragraph of the document, or maybe it was the second, it said, including 2 of LA's worst wildfires, but then it said let's see, including 2 of the largest in LA history, comma, the 2017 Creek and the 2018 Latuna fires. It makes it sound like you're saying that the 2018 Latuna fire was one of the largest in LA history. So if that series there could be straightened out so it's clear. Actually, I don't think you need to mention the 2017 Creek and the 2018 Latuna fires right here. You can just say our community has endured multiple wildfires, including 2 of the largest in LA history, as well as resultant mudslides. You reference the particular fires later on in the document, and I think that it would be fine without mentioning them here.
Okay, that's great. So we could actually just remove the including 2 of the largest down to fires in Latuna.
Leave the including 2 of the largest in LA.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Take out just the section about which fires they were.
Right.
Okay, we appreciate that input. Any other questions from the board members?
Nina would be next. And
Nina,
then
go ahead, please.
I didn't hear you mention the Rangers, and I think that they should be included as well.
Okay, Carol, can you make that note?
The Rangers, I'm sorry?
Yes.
What?
The Rangers.
The park rangers?
Under, as what?
That they should be included in that meeting. You're going to bring everybody together. They should be included as well.
Included in the meeting. Okay.
Right.
Park rangers and National Forest Rangers.
Right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thanks,
No,
John.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, any other questions from board members?
Mark?
Yes.
Okay, Mark, go ahead.
I noticed that you don't happen to mention the road diets in this document, even though you referred to them earlier. I believe that the road diets have been a real boondoggle, and people have died because of them. And I'm glad to see you addressing those issues here. But is there a reason why you did not mention those in this document?
Yeah, I can address if that's okay.
No, there's Chris, if you want to answer that, go ahead.
Yeah, really quickly, Mark. The reason is that this is, we're going to the first responder community, the professionals, and they will account for that, no doubt about it, because that's one of the big issues, obviously, in this community and many others. So it's intentionally written at a higher level without going into any specific issues on the evacuation and emergency routes. But, they will absolutely be taking that into account. That'll be one of the primary issues. We just don't want to put words in their mouth.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, because we have the road diet you showed over there where the gentleman, Jeffrey Pat, was hit by a car, bicyclist, and they put in a big road diet. And when we had the fire, it took me over 4 hours to get to my house for something that normally takes 7 minutes. And when they put in the road diet, we asked Monica Rodriguez, well, what will you do if something happens, like a fire? Because it's going to happen. And she said, don't worry, we'll get people out there with bulldozers. We'll get those out of the way immediately to clear that traffic. Well, as we can see, none of that ever happened. And the same responses will happen when there are other emergencies. Those people have other things they have to go to. They're not going to be taking care of road diets. So I'm glad to see somebody addressing this. And because when it comes down to, the rubber meeting the road, it's the citizens are the only people that are going to be able to do anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, are there any other hands for board members for questions?
No, but I had a question.
I don't see any.
Thank you. Go ahead, Cindy.
Is this the letter to the agenda item is to approve a letter to Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez as the chair of public safety in regards to evacuation routes. And I think there needs to be a cover letter to go with it.
So let me respond. This is the cover letter.
Okay.
And there is a separate letter to Monica Rodriguez. This is basically the neighborhood council taking its position
Mm-hmm.
and accepting this motion, and then the letter to Monica Rodriguez, which you have, this will be the cover letter for it. So if we did the items out of order, I'm sorry, I can't see the agenda.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we've asked questions, and now we move to the community. If there's anybody in the community who has any questions, if you could please, or not questions, because unfortunately we can't answer them because it's public comment, but if you'd like to make a comment on this item, please feel free to raise your hand. And then Carol and Cindy, please call the names because I cannot see them on my screen.
Okay. So we have 3 raised hands. So, and they're coming in. So if we could get everybody who wants to raise their hand to do so, that'd be great. And then the other thing is it's on this item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the first raised hand is Evelyn Serrano, followed by Marjorie Maxon, Pat Kramer, Sandy, and John and Michelle Hales.
Okay.
Evelyn, is this?
Thank you, Cindy. By the way, I've had my hand raised for about 25 minutes. I wanted to speak on item 6, but I'm going to speak on this item. First, I wanted to thank you for all this information and wanted to request that the link to the video be shared with the community, perhaps through your Facebook page, because the video and the sound were not coming through for us throughout the video. I also would like to know who created the video and who presented the video, because I missed that part too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next is Marjorie.
Hi, not to beat a dead horse, but what KT was mentioning, the creek and Latuna, maybe you could switch those because Latuna is first, I think. I'm pretty sure Latuna was in September 2017. And then the creek fire was also 2017 to January 2018. So just switch them.
Yeah, well, actually, it was mentioned earlier by a board member for us to remove that section.
So you're just taking it out anyway?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, next is Pat Kramer.
Yes, I wanted to just contribute that my contribution to the audio on this presentation was part of when I was the emergency preparedness co-chair for the STNC. And of course, I'm also a Sunland resident and experienced both fires and the evacuation, the mandatory evacuation. But I also wanted to add that in my meeting with members of the Crescenta Valley Town Council last night, one of the members of the chairperson of the Safe Traffic Committee in La Crescenta for the Crescenta Valley Town Council told me that she was stuck in traffic trying to get her horse trailer to her horse, who was at Gibson Ranch. And in the process of the backup of traffic, her horse was very ill. She needed to get him to a vet. Because of the traffic backup on that day of the creek fire, she was not able to get her horse to the vet in time, and her horse passed away as she was stuck in the traffic jam. And that's just one more tragedy that we don't need, having people with horses not able to get to their horses with their trailers to evacuate them. And that was a very big problem during both fires. I just wanted to state that.
Thank you very much, Pat.
Sandy's next.
Sandy, go ahead, please. While we're waiting for Sandy to speak, I did want to mention that definitely CERT needs to be involved in this conversation. But go ahead, Sandy.
That was my recommendation.
Yeah.
So you answered my question. Yeah, if you could just add CERT coordinator in that so that we can coordinate all our CERT people.
Thank you. Any other comment or any other raised hands, Cindy, in the community?
Yes, John and Michelle Hales.
Oh, John and Michelle, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. It'll be quick. A reference, similar reference, it was mentioned in the presentation there, the Great Reseda Project. They did not introduce bus bulbs, is what they're calling it now. But the bus bulbs recently have been interjected in there along with Metro. One of the key issues that we discovered after raising all kinds of cane and trying to complain about this, it was pushed forward. And it turns out that city planning, et cetera, thought this was a great idea. These people don't live in the neighborhood. They don't understand the changes. Now, we took it a couple extra steps. We actually went to the fire department, spoke with the chief on duty, if you will, at the door, and asked him what he thought about this Great Reseda project, reducing it down to 2 lanes, 1 each way, and the bicycle lanes. And he says it's an absolute nightmare. If you've got a 60-foot trailer and you're headed to a 4-call fire, the only thing we keep thinking about is how the hell are we going to get around all these people all shoulder to shoulder between the hours of 2 and 5 when they're bumper to bumper. The other group we checked with was the police. We asked them, what happens if you get on a call that you have to get there STAT? He says, the first thing we think of is we automatically go into the oncoming traffic, which is exactly what the fire department said. We have to go on oncoming traffic. And we cross our fingers that we don't hit somebody head on. For some reason, they both seem to think we have some pretty bad drivers out there. Snicker, snicker, we do. Sharing that with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So Cindy, are there any other hands raised?
No.
Okay, so before we go back to the board, I just wanted to make a couple comments. First of all, I want to thank Chris for doing for putting the video together and for helping us with the presentation and being here to answer questions. I know this is an item we talked about before with the board of putting something together, and I really appreciate Chris putting it together for us. It is actually my hope that the other neighborhood councils and the other community groups across the county and city will adopt this and create a similar one for their community, because this is a request to the grand jury to investigate the evacuation routes. The amount of people that need to be evacuated with the few roads that we have will become a very critical issue. I don't remember specifically which fire it was. I'm sure somebody knows, and we can add it when we start talking more specific to the community. But at one time we had mandatory evacuations of 100,000 people. And for many of you who may not know this, the community has many, many streets, especially cul-de-sacs and the roads that go up that are very narrow. Those are considered sacrifice zones. They are considered streets that are undefensible in a fire, and the fire department will not go up them to help save any homes because they won't be able to turn their trucks around. So this is to request that grand jury investigate the evacuation routes, and we're first. So we're hoping that Sunland-Tujunga will be considered first as we move forward. But it's really important that we make sure that community members, citizens, people who live in the county of Los Angeles have a way out in the event of an emergency, one that will save lives. So without further ado, we'll go back to the board for comments. If you have a comment on this item or the presentation, please go ahead and raise your hand for board members. Go ahead and.
Lydia, really quickly, this is Chris. Can I just say one quick thing?
Sure.
I just reset the video on YouTube, so it's now public. I'll send the board the link, and then you guys can share it anyway, because somebody had during comment wanted to make sure that it was available. So it's now public, it's available. I'll send you guys have the link and you can share it far and wide.
Thank you. Lala, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yes, I just really wanted to thank Chris and Lydia, anyone else who was involved in this. We all have experienced some degree of the situation. It's like there may be some good factors about having a beautiful road dieted organized thing, but it has to actually work for that community, and the way they're doing it is completely wrong. And the idea that they would even consider doing it without police or without the fire department's approval. That fire marshal is supposed to sign off. And they just, that's actually criminal. And I hope that the grand jury will take note of that, the degree of criminality there. Thanks.
Thank you. Kathleen Travers, go ahead, please.
Just in light of what you had said about sacrifice zones, Lydia, during the Mission fire, there was a blue line that went down the middle of the 210 freeway. And I tried to find out what that blue line meant. That blue line meant that basically all of Sunland-Tujunga was a sacrifice zone during the Mission fire. They felt that it was all indefensible.
Oh, God.
So that it's important to have a way out. I definitely agree on that.
Thank you. John Von Gunton, go ahead.
And then you have Nina, and that's it.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Thank you. Chris, very nice work. I love a good presentation, and that sure hit the bullseye. I wanted to mention two things. First of all, as we proceed with this, we're going to run into some false excuses. One of them was already covered, and that is that somebody will come out here to pick up those bollards. Actually, they would have to unscrew each one with a special wrench, and I can't see anybody getting out here when the city is in turmoil to do that. It's just a dodge. The other one is that you can run them over with your car and get into the bike lane and just use it that way. Again, that's false because for want of a better engineering term, when you run over one of those things, it's still bouncing along the bottom of your car and completely raunching up perhaps your mufflers, perhaps loose brake lines, and things like that. And the final point is that when we had, I'm not sure which fire it would have been, maybe the station fire. No, I think that was earlier. We had just had the bollards put in, and we had an evacuation level event. And I heard from the police officers when I asked them, there were not a lot of people evacuating in, there were not a lot of cyclists evacuating using the bike lanes. So they are a complete waste and a counterproductive use of time and even human life. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Lala, did you comment already?
Yes, she did. And Nina.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so have we covered all the board members? I can't see the hands.
No.
Just Nina's next.
Nina, go ahead, please.
Okay, one thing that we should remember and find a way around is that the head of the fire department and the police department, they are appointed by the mayor. And whatever his policy is what they are going to follow. And if they themselves don't believe in the road diets, they're not going to say it. So my suggestion is not only to include all of our first responders, but the city council that makes these decisions. They need to be aware as well. They do not sign off on the police and the fire department, but they do make the rules. So somehow or other, we need to reach them and go beyond the heads of both the fire department and the police department, because like I said, they're going to do the mayor's bidding, whatever he tells them to do and what they want. That's the way it is. So we need to recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Cindy, any other hands?
No.
Okay, so Carol, can we go ahead and call for the vote, please?
Now, excuse me, do we have to amend the motion to include or to do corrections and add and?
Okay, let's do this. We only took out one little section. Is there any of the board members have an objection to us removing that section? If so, please raise your hand. Cindy, are there any hands raised? Chris, you're not a board member?
Sorry, I wanted to remind you that there was also a suggestion to amend the motion to include CERT and the Rangers.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Proposed changes.
So those proposed changes, are there any objections from our board members to the proposed changes that were spoken to regarding what the board members brought up? If there's no objection, Cindy, do you see any hands?
No.
Then we'll go ahead with that language. So this is the language will be amended. Let's go ahead and call for the vote. Carol, thank you.
All right. Lydia Grant,
Yes.
Lala Rowe,
Yes.
Karen Purdue,
Yes.
Ed is absent. Carol Hutchinson, yes. Lenny Freeman,
Yes.
Katie Travers,
Yes.
Trevor Schmidt,
Yes.
Claire Gordon,
Yes.
John Van Gunten,
Yes.
Karen Moran,
Yes.
Belinda Woodruff,
Yes.
Cheryl Smith,
Yes.
Michelle Wadler absent, Shirley Kim absent. Okay, Chris Rowe,
Yes.
Nina Royal,
Big yes.
Cindy Claycorn,
Yes.
and Mark Siegel.
Yes, sirree.
Thank you. Okay, 16 yes and 3 absent.
Thank you very much. Cindy, would you put up the letter to Monica Rodriguez, please? This is a very draft version, so if anybody has anything that they'd like to add, it can be added. Okay, 7/13/22, letter to Monica Rodriguez as chair of the Public Safety Committee in regards to evacuation routes. As chair of the Los Angeles City Council Public Safety Committee, the Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council request that you carry the motion to formally request that the 2022-2023 Los Angeles County Civil Grand Jury prepare an investigative report into the state of evacuation preparedness. The 2021-2022 Grand Jury final report included an investigation entitled "We Can Only Prevent LA County Wildfires," which evaluated the status of the county's wildfire work farms. An evaluation of evacuation routes and constraints is the next logical step. Further, we request that you formalize a standing citywide wildfire working group. The group's task will be to study evacuation routes, constraints, and procedures. The group will interface with our local fire personnel, CAL FIRE, forestry personnel as appropriate, and the group will report back to the full STNC no later than October with findings and recommendations. The STNC thanks you for consideration of this request and looks forward to working with you. Do I have a motion?
I will.
Okay.
Liddy, I'm really sorry. I know it's not, I'm out of order, but can I make just a couple quick suggestions for corrections?
Not at this time.
Let's get a motion on the floor
Let's
first.
get the motion on the floor.
I second it.
Okay, so Lala, did you make the motion?
Yes.
Nina, you seconded it?
Yes.
Okay, are there any questions from board members?
This is Carol. I'd like to know what Chris, if there's a question, what his suggestion was.
Okay, let's take the questions if the board members have any, because I see a little wordsmithing too. So are there any board members who see something that they'd like to see changed in it or any questions that they have?
KT has her hand raised.
KT, go ahead, please.
And then Lala.
Okay.
I think that it might be a good idea to mention with this letter that board approval on the motion was unanimous.
Oh, that would be a wonderful statement. Thank you. Okay, Carol, please make that note.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we'll be sending her the cover letter that we just approved also. And also it would be my request that we add in, because it says our local fire personnel, CAL FIRE department personnel is appropriate. I think that because it's specific to CERT and they're important to this process, I would include CERT in there also. Okay, are there any other, Chris, are there any board members who have any more comments?
Lala has her hand raised and then
No,
John.
you just handled mine. I wanted to make sure that the corrections that we made to the earlier one were reflected here, and what you said pretty much did that.
The Rangers and CERT.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, John.
John, go ahead.
Thank you. Chris, is there a way that you can provide us a bit.ly or tiny URL link that we could include in this letter so that Monica and staff can easily, if they choose to, see your presentation? Because I think it's powerful. And the kind of links that you normally get on Facebook look like a dissertation, and nobody's going to copy that. But if you could provide us an easy one, then we might be able to stick it in this letter and get somebody else to watch it.
Okay. All right. That's Karen Purdue has her hand raised.
Go
Lydia.
ahead, Karen.
Okay, the only thing I would add here, just looking at it quickly, is it is the police department's responsibility generally to evacuate people. So should LAPD be named in there as well as the Rangers and the National Forest Rangers and CERT?
Agreed. So Carol, if you could add that to include LAPD.
Okay.
Other first responders.
Hey, I see Lala has her hand raised again.
Okay,
I don't know if
Lala.
that's- No.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so have all the board members that have anything they would like to add? Okay, I'd like to know if there are any objections to the letter with, I'm not going for a vote. I'm only asking, is there any objections to the changes that we just requested? If so, please raise your hand if you're a board member, if you would like to oppose those changes. And Cindy, do you see any hands?
No.
Okay, so let's go to the community for input. If you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. This is the letter to Monica Rodriguez.
You had Chris.
Chris, go ahead.
Just one quick tweak. In the second to last paragraph, formalize a standing citywide wildfire working group that will then report back to STNC. I think shouldn't it be a district-wide? Because I don't think a citywide working group would report back to the STNC.
Okay.
That makes sense, yes.
Okay, is there any objection from the board to changing STNC to the neighborhood council system?
No, the change would be to a standing district-wide wildfire working group that will report back to STNC.
This is specific to the city of Los Angeles.
Right.
So this would be citywide. This is going to the Public Safety Committee of the city of Los Angeles. So I think the issue is where it's reported back to.
Okay, well, then I guess it's more procedural, so I'll defer to you guys.
Okay. So we report back to the neighborhood council system. The ultimate goal is to have the other neighborhood councils weigh in and do a similar letter on the issues in their community. So I hate to make it that the whole city has to only report to us. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and go to the community for comments.
Lydia, I have one. It's Cyan, C-Y-A-N.
Okay, Cyan, did you want to make a comment?
Hi there. I'm a local artist and designer. I've worked in engineering and architecture education. And I'd just like to point out that there is a way to both have public transportation and safe evacuation. There are other routes other than just trying to get rid of buses.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments from the community?
Don't see any.
Okay, let's go back to the board. The maker, John, go ahead.
Oh, you know what? He took his hand down. Maybe.
Okay. What I want to do is find out what word should go there. So do I have anybody from the board who should the citywide group report back to?
About link?
Okay. The Link Coalition?
Yes.
Okay. So the makers of the motion are, do you want to move these changes that have been discussed?
KT has her hand raised.
KT, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I thought that it was a very good idea to have them report back to the neighborhood council system. I think that there isn't enough of that reporting to the neighborhood council.
So the Link Coalition is the Los Angeles Neighborhood Council Coalition, and it makes up it's kind of an umbrella for all the neighborhood councils in the city.
Perfect.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Okay,
Yes.
so let's go
So
here. Is there any objections to us changing it to the Link Coalition? Okay, Cindy, do you see any hands?
Yes, Pat.
Could you include something about STNC reporting back to the community of Sunland-Tujunga? Because that's where this letter's originating from.
Yeah, that will be part of the process as we put together the whole game, because it's all in the cover letter.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's not just Link and
So just
not
for
us.
the way it works is we could also ask that it go to Empower LA to the report back for all the neighbor councils to go out in their newsletter too.
Okay.
And then, yeah, as far as, yes, I am actually the representative to Link, the Los Angeles Neighbor Council Coalition.
Okay.
So I would be looking for that report.
All right, well, as long as you have a direct contact point, I don't want there to be evasive action on the part of our council person to not give us a response because, you know, this is something that she supports. She supports Vision Zero. And, you know, I think it's important we have transparency. Maybe we should say something about having transparency.
The letter and the cover letter are specific to a grand jury investigation. They do not mention Vision Zero.
Okay.
The video is
okay.
different.
I see.
Yes. The video
Okey-dokey.
was to show what the issues are, if you can imagine us trying to evacuate with the situations as they are currently.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for correcting, informing me.
So, board members, I want to just ask it again. Do we have a motion the maker and the second, do we have a motion to approve the new changed language in this agenda item?
Also motion.
Okay. So Nina motioned. I don't remember who the first and second were.
I was the first, so I'll make the second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that was Lala. So let's go ahead and call for the vote, please.
Okay. Lydia Grant,
Yes.
Lala Rowe,
Yes.
Karen Purdue,
Yes.
Ed's absent, Carol Hutchinson, yes, Lenny Freeman,
Yes.
Katie Travers,
Yes.
Trevor Schmidt,
Yes.
Claire Gordon,
Yes.
John Van Gunten,
Yes.
Karen Moran,
Yes.
Belinda Woodruff,
Yes.
Cheryl Smith,
Yes.
Michelle is absent. Shirley's absent. Chris Rowe,
Yes.
Nina Royal,
Yes.
Cindy Claycorn,
Yes.
and Mark Siegel.
Uh-oh, yes.
Okay. All right, that's 16 yes and 3 absent.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go ahead. Carol, could you put the agenda back up? I can see the
All
item.
right, just a moment.
Thank you. And thank you, Chris.
Thank you guys very much. I really appreciate it.
So item 10 is next, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Item 10 are consent calendar items for funding. Note the consent calendar items are considered to be non-controversial, will be treated as one agenda item. Any board member or stakeholder may request that an item be removed. There will be no discussion on these items unless an item is removed from the consent calendar, in which case it'll go to the end of the new business and be considered as time allows. Motion is do I have a motion that the STNC board approves the funding consent calendar? And I will read through what the items are. A, discussion and action to approve the May 2022 monthly expenditure report, MER imbalances. B, discussion action to approve June 2022 monthly expenditure report, MER imbalances. C, discussion and action and approval recurring expenses for 2022-2023 fiscal year to include storage costs of $7,044, Ring Central up to $600, Web Corner $1,830, Constant Contact $1,140, USPS up to $400, two Adobe accounts $359.76, and general printing up to $1,000. Discussion and action to reimburse Ed Babakanian in the amount of $62.58 for spending on water and snacks related to previously approved tree watering. When he went to purchase the items with the card, it did not go through with the neighborhood council's card, so he had to front the money. E is discussion action to approve up to $3,000 for National Night Out to be held on August 2nd, 2022, previously approved on the prior fiscal year budget, revolting in new fiscal year.
It's a typo.
Yeah. Revolting.
Voting, take the L.
Voting in a new fiscal year. F, discussion and action approval of up to $1,800 for light pole banners previously approved in last fiscal year's budget. Items to be procured by Gold Media. G, discussion and motion to accept a $14.99 reimbursement to the STNC funding account from Treasurer Ed Babakanian due to an accidental payment on the STNC purchase card. Once paid back, the NC funding will add back to the STNC budget for 2022-2023 fiscal year spending. Do I have a motion to, do I have a motion for all of these items, or is there anyone that has an item that needs to be removed? If so, please raise your hand.
KT has her hand raised. I have my hand raised.
Okay, Cindy, go ahead.
I'd like to remove item B. We didn't get the June MER in time for this meeting.
Okay, thank you. KT?
I'd like to remove item E.
E, okay.
Thank you.
E. Hold on a second, I need a pen. Or Carol, can you keep track of those two so we can come back to them? Or at least item E we need to come back to. Okay, do I have a motion to approve items A, C, D, F, and G?
I'll make that motion. This is Carol.
Carol made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second Belinda.
Belinda seconded. Thank you. Are there any questions from any board members before we go to the public? If so, please raise your hand. Cindy, let me know if you see any hands.
No hands.
Okay, let's go to the public. Does anyone have a comment on these items? If so, please raise your hand. Cindy, do you see any hands?
No.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to the board. Carol, any comments from board members?
I'm sorry, just as I was saying no, I see call-in user 3.
Okay, call-in user 3, did you have a comment on this item?
Can you hear me?
We can now, yes.
Hi. So I'm just wondering, you said storage, you stated storage fees of how much?
Storage fees of for the year, $7,044.
So is that because we are not allowed to use the council office to store items?
I'm sorry, I can't respond to your question.
Well, then let me make a statement. If that's because we have not been allowed as a neighborhood council to have storage in local North Valley City Hall, like every other neighborhood council gets in their area, I think that's really a shame. And that's a big waste of money that we could be spending on our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the community, Cindy?
No.
Okay, board members, do you have any comments? If so, raise your hand. Okay, Cindy, you don't see any hands?
No.
Okay, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
All right. Lydia Grant,
Yes.
Lala Rowe,
Yes.
Karen Purdue,
Yes.
Ed's absent, Carol Hutchinson, yes, Lenny Freeman,
Yes. I'll take
KT
that as a
Travers,
yes.
Yes.
Trevor Schmidt,
Yes.
Claire Gordon,
Yes.
John Van Gunten,
Yes.
Karen Moran,
Yes.
Belinda Woodruff,
Yes.
Cheryl Schmidt,
Yes.
Michelle Wadler, oh, absent, I'm sorry, Shirley Kim, absent, Chris Rowe,
Yes.
Nina Royal,
Yes.
Cindy Claycorn,
Yes.
Mark Siegel.
Yes.
Thank you. That's 16 yes and 3 absent.
Okay, thank you very much. I did get a note from Shirley Kim that she was here at the meeting, but she was in the community and she had raised her hand, but nobody called on her and she eventually had to leave. So she did show up, but she had to leave. Okay, so that item is done. I'm going to go ahead and move to 12 first so we can get the consent items out of the way and then we'll go back to item 11.
You'll have the item 10.
Go back to item 10. I don't see it.
10E. The National Night Out funding that KT requested be pulled.
Yeah, that has to go at the end of new business.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure you know.
Yeah, no, I got it. Okay, consent calendar items, non-funding. Note, consent calendar items are considered to be non-controversial and will be treated as one agenda item. Any board member or stakeholder may request that an item be removed. There will be no discussion of these items unless an item is removed from the consent calendar, in which it will go to the end of new business and be considered as time allows. The motion is for the STNC board to approve the funding consent calendar. Let me read the items. A, discussion motion to support the appointment of Cindy Cleghorn to the NC Budget Advocates. B, discussion and motion, Council File 220392, digital offsite signs, outdoor advertising, transportation communication network, motion Council File 22-0392, because of the joint program between Metro and the city would result in the placement of 300 digital billboards on the shared public right-of-way. The recommendation for the SIGA committee is to oppose that. Discussion motion approve the June 8th, 2022 board meeting minutes. Discussion possible action Council File 11-101020-S3, which we would rename the budget advocate account to budget advocacy, which with no mention as to where the funds would go. The Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council opposes Council File 11-1020-S3. Neighborhood councils form alliances when they want to join together to work on issues of common interest. We want to be able to contribute specifically to the alliances we support. The name of the overall fund is not important. What is important is that every recognized alliance has the ability to raise its own funds, and those funds are reserved for its use and its use alone. The Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council wants the ability to direct our funds to a specific alliance and not to a fund that is allocated without our input. We ask the motion be amended to make this clear. Discussion possible action for the LA City Council has resumed in-person meetings, but they are not planning to continue to allow public comment via telephone. The current City Council agenda states members of the public may also attend City Council meetings in person. Public comment will be taken in person only and not by teleconference. The Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council requests that the City Council again allow remote participation in City Council meetings by telephone or online means, in addition to in-person public comment. F is discussion, possible action, school police on LAUSD campuses. School police officers are not allowed on Los Angeles Unified School campuses. On July 15, 2021, the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, VANC, unanimously passed the following resolution. The Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, VANC, representing the 34 neighborhood councils throughout the San Fernando Valley, views the safety of our children and school staff as of utmost important and strongly supports the resolution of School Board member Scott Schmerlson and Dr. George McKenna, resolution number 0292021, entitled Ensuring Local School Site and Community Control, Authority, Autonomy, and Choice Regarding Safe Campuses and the Protection of Our Students and Staff. The Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, VANC, strongly supports local control by each school site and school community to allow the Los Angeles School Police onto LAUSD campuses, ensuring safe campuses and protection of our students and staff. The Schmerlson-McKenna resolution did not pass at the LAUSD school board meeting, so school police are not allowed on school campuses. In light of the school shooting in Texas on May 24, 2022, the LAUSD school board should reconsider stationing of school police on LAUSD campuses, refunding the school police department, and hiring additional school police officers. Therefore, the Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council supports the VANC resolution supporting local control. Okay.
Have one stakeholder and 2 board members have raised their hand.
Okay, let's go with the stakeholders first, or sorry, let's go with the board members first. Go ahead and
KT and Claire.
KT, go ahead.
On the screen, the letter numbers are obscured.
Oh, sorry, Carol, could you slide them back down?
Just a moment. Sorry.
I'd like to ask that item F be removed.
Okay.
F.
Okay, Cindy, you said there was another board member with their hand up?
Well, she's taken it down. Claire, I don't know if
It's
you
been the same item.
intended to do that.
It was the same item, thanks.
Okay, and you said there's a community member. Let's.
Evelyn is.
Okay, Evelyn, do you have a comment in regards to items A through E?
I have a comment on item F.
Okay, we'll be dealing with that separately. It's been removed by the board members. Okay.
So can I not speak to it right now?
When we get the item to the item, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so let's go back to, are there any, okay, so now any questions from the board members? If so, raise your hand.
Do we have a motion for the acceptance of these?
Okay, let's do that. Do we have a motion for the non-funding consent items that were just read, items A through E?
I move. This is Lala.
Lala, thank you. Do I have a second?
I second. This is Karen.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, let's, are there any comments from the community on items A through E? If so, please raise your hand. Do you see any?
Evelyn, I believe your item is to speak on item F, which is been pulled. Is that correct?
Yes, item F was pulled.
Yeah. So she'll get an opportunity to speak on that in a minute.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and call for the vote. Our board members, do you have any comments before we call for the vote? If so, raise your hand. If Cindy, if you don't see any hands, then we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Lydia Grant.
Yes.
Lala Rowe.
Yes.
Karen Purdue.
Yes.
Ed Babakanian absent. Carol Hutchinson, yes. Lenny Freeman.
Yes.
Katie Travers.
Yes.
Trevor Schmidt.
Yes.
Claire Gordon.
Yes.
John Van Gunten.
Yes.
Karen Moran.
Yes.
Belinda Woodruff.
Yes.
Cheryl Schmidt.
Yes.
Michelle still absent. Shirley absent. Chris Rowe.
Yes.
Nina Royal.
Yes.
Cindy Claycorn
Yes.
and Mark Siegel.
Yes.
All right, once again, 16 and 3 absent.
Thank you. So now we go to item 11. And after item 11, then we will pick up
Are you going to go to the worksheet, the elections worksheet?
where is it at on the agenda?
It's item 14.
I can't,
We aren't at item 14.
no, we're doing item 11. Oh, let's go ahead and do item 14 because it has to be done tonight. Otherwise, we would have to do a special meeting
All right, just a moment.
first.
Item 14,
Yeah.
elections.
Yes. Yeah, Raul reminded us it has to be done tonight. While Carol's pulling it up, Raul, did you have any other comments on this item?
Is there something else he wants me to bring up or just item 14 on the agenda?
Just the agenda so I can read the item.
It's
No
just
comments, Lydia,
discussion
thank
motion to approve the final STNC elections worksheet for 2023.
Okay, then Cindy, do you have the elections worksheet to show?
Yes, we went through this last meeting
Okay.
and nothing has changed. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting to pull it up, but I can do that very quickly here. And it is, we just need to answer, I think, 2 spots. Hold on, I get my screen share. In case you didn't know it, we will be doing neighbor council elections next June. So reading through this, we read through this last meeting for the 2023 elections. Our polling hours will be 12 to 6. Now, this is what we're proposing. So if anybody has a change they wish to make, speak now. The facility is North Valley City Hall. Mary McAdam is the contact person. Have we made contact with her about this? No, we have not. The alternate facility is the Sunland-Tujunga Library. And again, we have not made contact with them as yet. The languages that we're requesting are Spanish, Korean, Armenian for candidate filing form, voter registration form, Spanish, Korean, Armenian, and polling place interpreters in Spanish and Armenian. And the NC election board contact is what we're missing. So it falls to the outreach committee chair. So that would be Karen Perdue. And the secondary contact, I am recommending Cheryl Smith. So I move that the election worksheet for 2023 be approved as presented.
I second.
Lydia?
Yes, so we have a first and a second, Cindy and Lala.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board members? Cindy, are there any hands?
No.
Thank you. Raul, I would just like to point out to you that the department has us do these meetings in this format, but it is very difficult when I cannot see anybody's hands. I can't see who's in the audience. I can't see when they raise their hands. So I would like the department to reconsider the format that they like us to use. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Cindy, do you see? Let's go to the community. Okay, so there's no raised hands in the from the board. Are there any raised hands from the community in regards to this worksheet? If so, please raise your hand.
No, I see none.
Okay.
So who seconded the motion? Lala.
Lala.
Okay.
Lala.
Okay.
Okay, let's move to the community. There was no hands from the community. There's no hands from board members. Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
All right, Lydia Grant.
Yes.
Lala Rowe.
Yes.
Karen Perdue.
Yes.
Ed is absent. Carol Hutchinson, yes. Lenny Freeman,
Yes.
KT Travers,
Yes.
Trevor Schmidt,
Yes.
Claire Gordon,
Yes.
John Van Gunten,
Yes.
Karen Moran,
Yes.
Belinda Woodruff,
Yes.
Cheryl Smith,
Yes.
Michelle absent, Shirley Kim absent, Chris Rowe,
Yes.
Nina Royal,
Yes.
Cindy Claycorn,
Yes.
and Mark Siegel.
Yes.
Thank you. 16 yes, 3 no.
Thank you.
3 absent.
3 absent. Okay. Thank you. So someone, you're ready, Carol. Carol, could you put the agenda back up?
Oh, you want the agenda? All right.
Well,
Are
so
we going to item 11?
we were going to go to item 11. We have a couple things that are deadline tonight. So I just wanted to remind everybody that we do have, we have to vote on the National Night Out also because of the deadline, but we'll go ahead and move to item 11.
All right. Do you want me just to bring up the letter? Or do you want me to bring up the agenda?
Let's bring up the letter. Before you bring up the letter, I just want to state, this item was brought to us. It was approved to go on the agenda because that's how we do the process. The letter is there. It doesn't mean that that's what the board is going to approve, but I just want to caution everybody and remind everybody to use the best decorum, that we don't talk out of turn, we don't talk over people, and that we watch our language. And again, I also would like to caution anybody who has children that could be listening, that they may want to put on a headphone or have the children leave the room, because there may be some additional language that you may not feel is appropriate for your child to hear. So I just wanted to give that as a heads up, and we'll go ahead and move into item 11. So
You need to scroll back so you can start at the top of the letter.
okay.
Do you want a motion yet?
Is she going to read the letter?
So is that the top? It starts with this graphic novel?
Yeah, just a moment. Let me, yeah, I tried to include everything. It's,
This is Cheryl. I'll read it, and then
hold on. I would, before we have the motion, we need to explain what it is. Can you scroll down, Carol, so we can see who it's being addressed to?
Okay, just a moment. All right.
Okay. So the city librarian, the board of library commissioners, and the head librarian at Sunland-Tujunga branch. Okay. Before we do the motion for the letter, I think that there needs to be the backstory so people understand what is going on before we make the motion. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Well, I was just going to read the letter.
Okay, then do I have a motion for the letter?
I move.
Okay, do I have a second for the letter?
I second.
Okay, so Cheryl made the motion, Nina seconds. Okay, go ahead, Cheryl.
And I would like permission after I read the letter to share content because the pictures are quite small. Is that okay?
Let's go ahead and read the letter and we'll go from there.
Okay. So yeah, I also wanted to warn that there will be profanity and inappropriate language and images. So if there are children present or in the background, please take caution. So the letter reads, "It has come to our attention that a graphic novel titled The Best We Could Do by Tai Bu was given to around 20 children at the Sunland-Tujunga Library branch as a free gift for the Summer Reading Challenge 2022. The Sunland-Tujunga branch also had a read-along for ages 10 to 19 on April 6, 2022. This graphic novel has sexually offensive language, in quotes, "I want to eat your pussy," page 75, nudity, breasts, and vagina, pages 17, 73, 77, profanity, such as assholes, page 29, shit, page 75, Shit Rolls Downhill, page 118, Piss, page 250, A Satanic Image, a picture of Baphomet, page 78, and Talk of Pimps and Hookers on pages 207, 291. As elected representatives of the Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council, we do not think this novel is age appropriate for children. Therefore, we request the Los Angeles Public Library, all 72 branches, to place this obscene novel in the adult-only section and not distribute it to minors as part of your summer reading challenge or any other book giveaway program to underage boys and girls. As a neighborhood council, we desire to have a strong partnership with the Los Angeles Public Library, where we all consider the best for the children and in our community and build trust with parents and families. I would like to share content. It might take me a second.
Lydia, is that, can she do that?
That's fine.
That's fine. All right. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Okay, hold on a second. Done. Hold on. It's always slow for me to do this. Oops, I got it. Okay, so this is the page I was referring to about I want to eat your pussy up at the top, and then a bad word on the bottom. This is the images of the breasts. There's more, I just didn't include all of the pictures. And this one has profanity down towards the bottom. And this one is that picture of Baphomet and then smoking as well. And then this is the image where it was advertised for ages as young as 10 years of age. You could see that where it says, we may read a few pages from the book, virtual event for ages 10 to 19. And it was through the Sunland-Tujunga branch on April 6th. And then this one is the Smithsonian Asian Pacific American Center, where they're talking about the book and where it says readers, and you could see it says adult. And then this is on Target website, suggested age 22 years and up. And even on the Los Angeles Public Library.org, that last paragraph book there, the last paragraph, it says this book is recommended for older teens and adults who are looking for strong women characters and so on. And so I'll stop share. So this is not a book banning. This is just categorizing it correctly. That I do not think it should, and other people in the community I've heard from, do not think it should be given to kids, especially as like a free giveaway for the reading program. I have a pencil in hand, so I can take suggestions, edits, if you feel like it's too strongly worded, whatever, we can make edits. Thank you.
Okay, Lydia, you have two
Yeah,
raised hands.
I was going to ask, are there any questions from board members before we move on?
We have three raised hands.
Okay, this isn't for comments. This is just questions for Cheryl.
KT.
Okay, KT, go ahead.
Oh, she took down her hand. So I guess it's not
a question. Okay.
Not a question.
Okay. Okay, or a question or a suggestion of wording change.
Well, I could make a suggestion as to a wording change in that I don't think that making an American Book Award and finalists for the National Book Critics Circle Award an NC-17 book is an appropriate action. I think that addressing the language, the nudity, all of these things that you don't think that it was appropriate, that it was a giveaway book to children under 17, that's one thing. Saying that no teen can read the book is quite another. I think it's up to the reader And if the reader is a minor, the reader's individual parents to decide who reads a book, not the library.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments from board members, or not comments, but questions about the wording or the way things should be changed, or any other questions for Cheryl?
So, yes, you were calling for questions. So now you have Lala, Karen, Cheryl, and KT again.
Okay, KT's hand's probably still up. Lala, go
No,
ahead.
it was one other thing I'd forgotten to mention.
Okay, so we're gonna do comments from the board after we go to the public.
It was the word obscene. It's not an obscene novel. It has obscenity in it, but it's not an obscene novel.
Okay, thank you for that. Lala, go ahead.
Yes, while I agree that this is not a book that should be distributed to children, I have a lot of the same opinions about it that Cheryl does. On the other hand, there's things like the satanic image. Well, to some people that is their religion, and to some people breasts aren't offensive. So I think rather than aiming at this particular book, and people can do whatever they want individually, I would like to actually move to amend this letter to say, to write a letter to the agencies listed that the STNC is requesting that they review the age appropriateness guidelines of books recommended to children by the library, and that all LA libraries follow these guidelines. Rather than doing the explicit points in there that are culture to culture, religion to religion, are going to be different. I think we can all agree that it's probably not the best thing to be given to children without the parental consent, which would be included in their guidelines.
Okay, okay, do I have a second?
What,
I
I'm sorry,
disagree.
what is she saying? I couldn't, it was, condense it down, please.
I'll read it again. I'll read it again. I would like to change this to write a letter to the agencies listed that the STNC is requesting that they review the age appropriateness guidelines for books recommended to children by the library, and that all LA libraries follow these guidelines.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
This is Carol, I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Okay, was there any other board comment?
I have one.
Yes.
I'm a little confused. Is that in lieu of the letter as it stands?
Yes.
Lola, is your motion in lieu of the letter as it stands?
Yes.
I disagree.
Okay, so let's go ahead. That was all the questions for the board members.
I see several hands. I see Trevor, Cheryl.
Okay, this was just for questions. So is this a question? We're going to go to comments after the public speaks.
Well,
So-
that was my question, because statements are being made. So my question is, are we making statements or questions?
No, this was just for questions, or if you had an amendment to the item.
Okay,
So
so
when we go to the public, they're speaking to what we're actually addressing.
So, Madam President, you do have an amendment on the floor.
Right.
Okay, and you're under discussion for only the amendment. So I presume that you're going to take comments from the board and the public on the amendment only. Is that correct?
Okay. Yes, I'll do it that way. Yes. Okay. So I cannot see any hands in the community, and I'd like to know, it is, let me see the time. It's 9:51, So we'd like to give everybody a minute to make a comment. John, can you be the timekeeper, please?
Can do. Give me a sec.
Thank you. Can we see raised hands from the community? How many people would like to speak on this? Can you give me a number?
There's 10.
Oh, everybody. I see 12 hands.
Okay. Okay, so
Keep
Cindy.
it to 1 minute.
Yeah, keep it to 1 minute. And Cindy, if you could go ahead and call the names off one at a time, because I can't see any of them.
Okay, you have 12 raised hands.
Okay, and John will be the timekeeper.
Okay. Are you ready for public comment?
Yes, go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Evelyn is first. Evelyn, on the amendment.
Thank you for the opportunity. The fact that the STNC is discussing the content and appropriateness of a book is surreal. Members of this board believe that their responsibilities include the censoring of books, especially if a book is considered obscene by board member and parent Cheryl Smith. Instead of asking this parent to take up her individual parental concerns about the library, giving her younger child a book that was meant for teens, the council is aiding and abetting her crusade of outrage and proposing the banning. If you don't like that word, you can choose removal or vetoing or prohibiting or suppressing or stopping having the book in the youth section of the library. The STNC is overreaching. You're simply put not the book police. Thanks God. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. And next is John and Michelle Hales.
Thank you. This be John Hales. I worked for Scholastic Book Fairs for over 10 years. And when we had issues like this, the first thing that we did was, number one, find out the person that identified this as acceptable. That's a problem here. Who was it that said this is acceptable for those kids? That's where it's got to be addressed. Otherwise, you can't ban it, if you will, using that. You've got to address that person that released this for the children. The people that brought that book in to give it away, they were given the go-ahead. So that's where you need to address part of your issue, is the person that released it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Liliana Sanchez.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. So this book, the best we could do is recommended for ages 13 and up on Amazon. And just because maybe you choose to homeschool your kids, because you choose to have them be part of a particular religion, and you don't believe in certain things for you or your children, that doesn't mean that the neighborhood council, who speaks for the entire community, should ban books, any book. And so that you are overreaching the library, who is vital to this community. And what happened to the discussion? Just speaking to them in particular, just one-on-one, you know? So I don't understand where your representation is lacking here, but neighborhood council is overreaching. And from what I understand, the city attorney recommended you not taking on this issue today. So yet again, you disregard anything from the city, and you don't work with city departments.
Time is up.
Okay. Next,
if I may, I'd like to say that this is supposed to be on the amendment. We have an amended, not the original letter. The amended letter is what the comment should be on. I just pointing that out. Point of order.
Okay. Judith is next, and somehow it went away. Where did she go? Judith, where did you go?
She's there.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, Judith. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that there be no letter. This is not necessary. This is not your job. Yes, the library is a city department, but none of you are librarians. And this is really one person's quest because she got upset about a book. And a person who voted for a man who says grab him by the pussy should not take offense at a book that includes that word. Because for 4 years, that man led the nation her children live in. And she supported that.
Judith, please stay to the topic.
So this is the last thing. Yeah, but that's related because this is the person who started this. And the
This is
amendment,
specific
the
to
amendment,
a
the
member.
amendment would
Time
not
is
take
up.
place. The
Time
amendment
is
would
up.
Attacking a
not.
board member.
Time is up.
Next is Cyan. Cyan, go ahead.
Hi, I'm an artist and I teach media literacy. I think the idea of banning books is absolutely insane considering children have access to the internet. This is sexist, homophobic, and racist to suggest banning books. Pussy is not a bad word. And guess what? Neither is breastfeeding. You're saying breastfeeding is obscene? Give me a break. Rather than teaching hate, I would ask the community, look around you. This is not just a place for Christians and white people only. There are many beautiful members of this community who have other ideas about God and sex, and I don't think it is your job to censor. Censorship is fascism. Stop the fascism in this community. I am sick and I am tired of the hate.
Time is up here.
Time is up. And I would also like, point of order, to remind people that we are speaking to the idea of sending a letter to the library to ask them to look at the age of the books that they are recommending for kids. That's all this motion is. So please speak to that motion.
Okay, Mark D is next.
Go ahead, Mark.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm not going to attack anybody personally, and I'm not going to attack anybody's religion personally. I will try to speak to that. I read the book. It's a great book. Really good. It's a great lesson. Made me tear up a little bit. It's great for somebody old enough to understand it. It's a very heavy book. And profanity is profanity. The book's not obscene. It's just not appropriate. Mein Kampf is an interesting read, okay? There are some controversial books out there, but they're not appropriate for kids. There is no, you guys can say banning 100 times. Nobody has suggested banning this book. Not a single person on this committee and not a single person in the community that I've spoken to about it. So simmer down, okay? Let's stop with this childish accusations of racism every time someone disagrees with somebody else. Thank you.
Okay, next is Isabel D. Go ahead. Isabel? Isabel, your hand is up and you're unmuted. You want to go ahead and speak?
Cindy, do we have somebody else?
I've called out for Isabel D. And she's muted herself again, or?
Right. Is there anybody else with their hand up?
Debbie?
Let's go ahead and go to Debbie.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was concerned to see that this book was advertised to children as young as 10. This is my local library. And I do have, children that I take to the library. Regardless of the merits or the awards of the book, this book has adult content. It should not be recommended to children as young as 10. I don't see anything in this letter about banning books. I'm confused why people are commenting about that. It's the lack of judgment in recommending this book to children as young as 10. And I would hope that the neighborhood council would send this letter so as to encourage these public entities to use better judgment in the future. I'd also like to mention that it includes the book includes the concept of child abuse by showing the term pervert. It includes content saying that perverts stalk children and watch them in their homes. I can see a 10-year-old being really scared about being introduced with that concept. And if you want to add it into the letter, I would recommend that. But ultimately, the public trusts libraries and librarians to make child programs that are age and developmentally appropriate. And I hope that sending this letter will encourage the public.
Time is up. Time is up.
Decisions.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is observing. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Jamie York. I'm a member of the Reseda Neighborhood Council, but I'm speaking as an individual. I disagree with this letter. One, the content with breast is in the content with breastfeeding. So is the Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council saying that breastfeeding is obscene? Two,
Stop for one moment. Jennifer, restart the clock, please, John. We are speaking directly to the motion.
And if I am speaking on items that are germane to the topic at hand, then in fact, you cannot limit me and I will file a Brown Act violation for that.
Stop, please. I'm restarting your time. I'm only making it clear that what we are discussing, what you are speaking
right,
to.
and I'm saying that I disagree with the letter because I do not believe that you should send a letter reevaluating it. And I know the rules of the Brown Act because I am on my own neighborhood council.
Amy, I'm aware. I just wanted to make sure you understood what we were actually discussing.
I'm perfectly aware and understood. So if you could restart my clock.
Dawn is restarting it. Go ahead.
I do not believe that you should send a letter. I think that if parents want to parent their kids, they should do that, but that is ultimately on the job of the parents, and it is not the job of the government to act as a nanny state. This book is a celebrated book for many reasons. However, I have worries that the things that you are bringing up present liability to your neighborhood council. One, you're preferentially saying that a religion is obscene in one of them. Whether or not you agree with that religion is irrelevant. Would you do the same thing for a book that had iconography of a different religion, such as Judaism or Hinduism? I don't think so. Secondly, breastfeeding's not obscene. Three, kids are unfortunately exposed to things as children that, it's not, they're real life experiences. And kids need to have items that can speak to their experiences. I have refugees across the street who just moved in that fled from Afghanistan that have talked to me about their experiences fleeing an abusive government, that have talked to me about the inappropriate experiences. I think that the children that live across the street would benefit from seeing their experiences reflected in a book like that. And we should not be limiting what people can get access to. If parents want to parent and limit their kids to certain things, that's fine. But it is not the job of the government or the neighborhood council to be making that choice for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Anne.
Yes, I agree with sending the letter as it is amended. It's not asking for specific things. I think if parents want their kids to read this book, they can easily get it in the appropriate section and share it with their kids. But I don't think kids on their own should have access to it without maybe an adult's filter first. And I don't see that we're asking specific things here with the amendment to be banned. I don't see anything about banning the book. It does sound like it's a very good book. I just think that it shouldn't be age appropriate. 10, recommending for a 10-year-old, to me, this is too young unless it's going through an adult's filter first, which should put it in the adult section.
Thank you.
Okay, Robin is next.
Yeah, hi. Wow, you guys. I have a couple of comments or questions. First of all, the last I heard, I thought Dunn said that this was going through the city attorney. What happened with that? The other thing is, we're talking about a letter that you're sending. Where is that letter? It's not the one that's on the screen, right? Is it?
Robin, I'm sorry, we cannot respond.
What? What do you mean you can't respond? Where's the letter you're sending? You're having us comment on it. Where is it? I want to read it. It's not on the screen.
The
Hello?
letter was just read out loud.
But no, I want to see it. You're sending a letter. You have another letter here and you're not letting anybody see it. How could we vote on something or comment on something that we can't see? You have a different letter up here. Where is the letter that you're going to send? How could you have everybody comment if you're not showing it?
We'd be happy to read the letter again. The letter
No, I wanna
was
see it.
created at this
But there's,
meeting.
but there's a letter up
Time
here.
is up. Time is up. Time is up.
Oh, bullshit.
John,
Bullshit.
just let me finish. John, if you would let Robin have her time to make her comments. Go ahead and restart the clock if Robin would like to be able to make comments to the letter that was read, and Lala, if you would like to reread it, go ahead.
Okay,
Sure.
go ahead. Reread it, but not on my time.
That's fine. No, I'm saying let.
All right, go ahead, then read it.
Okay. To write a letter to the agencies listed, that the STNC is requesting that they review the age appropriateness guidelines for books recommended to children by the library, and that all LA libraries follow these guidelines.
Okay. Who is the neighborhood council, the Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council, to even write a letter like that? What is it our business? What is it your business? It's the parent's business. The parent and the library. The parent doesn't want the child to read the book, then they shouldn't read the book. And by the way, I homeschooled my kids too. We're not all like that. And also, what happened with the city attorney? I thought it was supposed to go past the city attorney first. What happened with that? Can you answer that question? Hello?
I cannot answer that question.
So you're going ahead with something that Dunn just said it's going past the city attorney, but you're doing it anyway? Yes, you are. I will answer the question. I'll answer my own question. You are going ahead against the advice of Dunn and not bringing this past the city attorney, and you're just doing it on your own, right?
No.
Hello? Are you all deaf, mute?
This proposal was only made 2 minutes ago.
Robin, we
Time
are not
is
allowed
up.
to respond to the Brown
Time
Act.
is up.
Thank you.
We're in the middle of public comment. Everyone's getting their time to give their comments. The next
Hi, how can I help?
person is Tujunga parent.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just have a couple of comments. First, I think that the amended letter is a much better idea. That's fine. You know, have them review it, make sure it's not getting, I mean, I would have let my kids read that at like 13, easy. The other thing I wanted to say though is, I am absolutely appalled about the satanic imagery. Since when are you the religion police? That I can't believe you even put that in there and presented it to the community. It's not your job. It's not your place to decide what is and isn't appropriate when it comes to religion. I'm sorry. So that's it. My comments are done.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I need some assistance here. I have a hand raised for Isabel D, but I believe we asked her to speak before, but what do you want to do, Lydia?
If she did not speak, please allow her to speak.
Okay. Isabel? Isabel, you've been unmuted. You want to go ahead?
Isabel, did you want to leave the meeting and try to come back in? Maybe the system would work better? If so, could you raise your hand to let us know that so we wait for you? Cindy has the hand raised.
Hands raised. And she's unmuted, so we've tried.
The hand blinked down and then it blinked back up.
So we're not able to hear your audio, Isabel, and something that might fix it is if you log out and log back in. That might solve the problem.
Okay. Cindy, is that the only public left of the public comments?
Okay, Anne spoke before, I believe, and Cyan also spoke before. Is that correct? Can you verify that?
Yes. Yes.
So then, yes, that completes public comment.
Okay. So again, I'm going to go ahead and move over to the board, and then when the person who we could not hear, if they come back in and raise their hand again, or you see them come back in, like if they go out and come back in, we want to make sure we get their comment.
Well,
caller user 1 is raising their hand.
So we'll go with that.
Okay.
Call in user 1, go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Hello? Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Rebecca, and I think we should send a letter. This book is not intended for minors. The original press release of this book stated that the intended audiences are college-aged and college prep courses. The story, I know the story is compelling because it tells the story of Vietnamese immigrants that left the atrocities of communism to come to the United States, but there are many hundreds of such stories to choose from that do not include drug references and obscene words and images. The only reason a person would push inappropriate content to children is to groom them by desensitizing them to pornographic images and words. I hope that the public library's intent isn't to groom our children and that they provide this book to minors out of ignorance. Nevertheless, everyone should be aware that this type of content does exactly this. We can achieve the goal of teaching our children empathy for other people's experiences without resorting to obscenity. Thank you.
Okay. Madam President, are you moving to the board now?
I want to make sure that person that tried to speak earlier hasn't rejoined us.
Okay, I'll try again.
Okay.
Isabel, did you want to speak? Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Princess. No, thank you, thank you.
Hello, Isabel? I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, we've already asked for her to rejoin the meeting, so we'll go ahead and move on to the board. We did try.
Lydia, I still see 4 hands up. I see Anne.
But those were people who already spoke.
Chris Taylor has not spoke.
Okay. See, I can't see anything, so go ahead. Cindy, call on those that have not spoken.
Chris Taylor.
Hi, my name is Chris Taylor, member of the Librarians Guild. The Librarians Guild is a professional organization and union representing librarians who serve the Los Angeles Public Library since 1968. As a professional organization with members serving over 4 million residents of the city of Los Angeles, we support the intellectual freedom of every individual to seek and receive information from all points of view without restriction. We believe that each family has the right to determine which library resources are acceptable for their children and must accord that same right to other parents and caregivers. As a winner of the American Book Award and a nominee for the National Critics Circle Award, this book is about the lived experience of the author experiencing the trauma of the Vietnam War. It's an important and approachable war narrative from the perspective of Vietnamese American. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Cindy, has everybody spoken?
Sorry, I'm going to call out Anne. Did you speak before, Anne?
Yes, I already spoke.
Okay, thank you very much. And going to call out Cyan. Did you speak before as well?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, I just don't like this whole grooming language. It is homophobic, and I'm pretty tired of hearing it in the community. Queer children exist, and censoring
But you
is
spoke.
not gonna help them from getting bullied by people like you.
Mute, please.
But you spoke before, so thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, so
thank
before, okay, so there's no more public comments on this item?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to make a statement and then I would like Lala to read it again for the board members. The statement I'd like to make is that the reason that the Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council is addressing the issue is because the Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council is tasked with addressing issues in regards to other city departments. We're supposed to be advisory to the city, and this fell under that jurisdiction. We are trying to advise the city. There was an issue, and we are just asking in the motion that is presented currently, all we are asking the libraries, the librarian or the people who make the decisions, to just re-review the lists of books that they have that they've okayed for children to make sure that they're age appropriate. That is what the motion is. That's all the motion is. It isn't about homophobia. It isn't about racism. It isn't about sexism. It isn't about anything but just asking the library to double check that the books that they're giving to kids are age appropriate. That's all it asks for. So Lala, would you please reread the motion?
Okay, so the motion is to write a letter to the agencies listed that the STNC is requesting that they review the age appropriateness guidelines for books recommended to children by the library, and that all LA libraries follow those guidelines.
Thank you. So now board comments, and I can't see the hand. So Cindy, would you call?
Right now there are 2 raised hands. So if anybody else wishes to speak on this, I'm sorry, that's growing. So Cheryl, Claire, John, Trevor, Karen.
Okay, Cindy, call them one at a time. I can't see the hand.
And Nina. Cheryl?
This is specifically to what Lala just read.
Okay, besides just the recommendation, but it's more than that because it has to do with the book giveaway for the summer reading challenge, because it's books that they're handing to kids as prizes for the reading challenge. So I would just include something about the giveaway of that. And I did want to clarify that I did meet with the librarian, and he did clarify that it did come from higher up than him. So that's why we decided to go higher than just the local librarian. And there was a request for reconsideration of library materials resources where you can challenge a book, but there was no response. So this was my idea of what to do to raise concern to this. And KT's concern about kids not being able to access it. If it's in the adult section, kids can actually access anything from the adult section, I found out, as long as they have a library card, and they could even check out movies such as rated R and NC-17. So as long as a kid has a library card, they can check out anything.
What's up?
And Claire is next.
Yeah, thank you. My understanding is that there is no time limit on board member statements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, because John was timing.
I'm sorry, I heard that.
That's
John,
true. I will be glad to not.
He was just jumping the gun.
All right. First of all, I want to thank Chris Taylor for his perspective as a library professional. You can pretend that this is just a request to review library guidelines, but I think it's pretty clear by the community response that this is more significant than that. I am a library information professional. I have a master's degree in library and information studies, and I think this action is an attempt to set a dangerous precedent of appointing members of this body to censor what materials can be available to adolescents in Los Angeles based on the personal preference and values of a select few. Book curation should be dealt with individually between a parent and child. not through public censorship. Libraries are designed to address these issues through a formal process involving patrons and library officials. It is time consuming. And I realize, Cheryl, you mentioned that you started that process, but like I said, it's time consuming. And this whole way that this is playing out, it just feels to me like it's inflammatory, purposefully inflammatory. The functional outcome of this motion would be to censor this book. I want to just read a quick excerpts from the American Library Association statement on book censorship. And these are a couple things that really stood out because they apply to what this book has inspired people to attempt to do. We believe that free communication is essential to the preservation of a free society and a creative culture. Pressures toward conformity present the danger of limiting the range and variety of inquiry and expression on which our democracy and our culture depend. Publishers and librarians have a profound responsibility to give validity to that freedom to read by making it possible for readers to choose freely from a variety of offerings. Freedom to read is guaranteed by the Constitution. Those with faith in free people will stand firm on these constitutional guarantees of essential rights and will exercise the responsibilities that accompany these rights. There is no place in our society for efforts to coerce the taste of others, to confine adults to the reading matter deemed suitable for adolescents, or to inhibit the efforts of writers to achieve artistic expression. Parents and teachers have a responsibility to prepare the young to meet the diversity of experiences in life to which they will be exposed, as they have a responsibility to help them learn to think critically for themselves. In these matters, values differ, and values cannot be legislated, nor can machinery be devised that will suit the demands of one group without limiting the freedoms of others. The ideal of labeling presupposes the existence of individuals or groups with wisdom to determine by authority what is good or bad for others. In a free society, individuals are free to determine for themselves what they wish to read, and each group is free to determine what it will recommend to its freely associated members. But no group has the right to take the law into its own hands and to impose its own concept of politics or morality upon other members of a democratic society. Freedom is no freedom if it is accorded only to the accepted and the inoffensive. That concludes the quote from the ALA. I just wanted to go on the record to say that this motion is inappropriate for this body. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is John. John?
Thank you. Yes. First of all, I'm speaking as a guy who, when he was in the 6th grade, received from his mom the Marilyn Monroe calendar of her laid out on a satin sheet, and it was lovely, and it opened my eyes. So I don't think breasts of the female body are ugly or should be hidden. But in speaking with Ardem at the library on this, I did in some depth after Cheryl and Nina had gone down there, he mentioned to me that in his 20 years of being in the library, he had had perhaps a handful, 5, you could count them on one hand, of parents who had come in to talk to him about the appropriateness of anything that their children had seen. That shows to me a huge apathy, a huge disconnect. And so if we wait for each and every parent to wake up and say, oh, what is Joey or Josephine looking at, we will wait a long time. More specifically to this exact letter, I think if we ask the LA City Library Department to look through, as we're essentially doing, all of their children's literature to judge its appropriateness, we're giving them a monumental task, and it will never get done. They'll just look at it and say, oh yeah, we don't have time, we don't have the budget, we have COVID problems, etc. And that's, I mean, there must be tens of thousands of books, as opposed to just asking them, direct your attention here, make this decision, period. So I am not for this particular amendment, even though it would provide a broader solution, it will never get implemented. They will look at it and toss it away. Thank you.
Okay, Trevor is next, followed by Karen Moran.
Thank you. Yeah, no, just to clarify, nobody is suggested banning any books. So we're talking past each other. We're talking about a free book giveaway to something that is offensive to some. We understand this book is not offensive to everyone, and some will want to check it out. Nobody's saying let's ban this from the library. We're saying the library should not impose their view of what is maybe they want to give this free to all the kids. It's an inappropriate book. It's not age appropriate. So I support what John said. I do not support saying have the library look. Obviously, somebody made that decision at a high level, and it was given to the library. We want this book to be given out to kids, and that's what, as a neighborhood council, we're voting that this book is not appropriate as a giveaway. We're not saying it should not be in the library. We're not saying we should ban the books. So for all those who've been arguing that point, or freedom or Constitution, we support freedom, we support the Constitution. What we're saying is this book with nudity and language that would not be allowed in school or allowed on public television, or would be allowed in a congressional hearing. We want to not give this to kids uncensored. We want to give it, it can be in an age appropriate section, but it should not be given free. That's what I would recommend. We don't change the language. We send the letter as is, maybe with a few modifications. If people have a problem with it being called an obscene novel, maybe it could just be called a novel, but it should be in the adult section as the book itself recommended.
Trevor,
Yes.
we're speaking directly to the motion.
I do not agree with that motion.
Okay.
Okay, Karen Moran is next.
Hi. The rewrite of the letter is good, to suggest that they review the age appropriateness guidelines. And the book itself could be used as an example in the letter, but without the graphic images and references. However, pointing out that the age advisement by the author or the publishers, parents have a right to guide their children, unquestionably, but this book was made available to the children without the parents' consent, essentially superseding their parental rights.
Right.
That's all.
Okay, thank you. Karen Purdue is next, followed by Nina.
Okay, hello. Okay, much discussion here, much to think about. I kind of like both versions. I'd like to see them kind of intertwined, but I'm not sure how to do that just yet. But I do want to say that it is not the government's job to put age inappropriate books directly into the hands of children. These giveaways circumvents the parents' ability to see what is being handed to their children. Any movie that we watch, it'll be flagged, and it'll say up in the corner that, just at a glance of this, that there's nudity, smoking, language, and I don't know even what pimps and hookers would, what heading that would go under, but there needs to be warning. And again, as many are saying, this is not banning a book. It's not censoring a book. My understanding is that it's a great read, but it's not for young teens. And we need to be cautious. And I think we have our role as the neighborhood councils is when we see something in our neighborhood that people object to, can be offensive, and maybe parents don't want their kids to have it. Maybe some parents do, to have it at some see it as smut, Some see it as okay. But it is age inappropriate. And I think that, well, I'd like to see it all looked at, but I think I'll just stick with the this particular book as a beginning. Thank you.
Okay, that was Karen. Nina?
I absolutely agree with Karen. In fact, when you go to a movie, if it's R-rated and you're under 18 years old, they won't even let you in. But nobody's saying that we're trying to ban the movie. We're not trying to do that. Adults are very, no, not adults, children are very impressionable. And their minds are not fully developed to comprehend that type of a book, which is why it's not age appropriate. And it does take the authority away from the parents to guide their children. How are they even going to know when it's free that they've received such a book? Because the kid isn't going to go running to them and telling them, look at this, you know? So I agree with the letter, and I hope that it does go through.
Okay. I see KT has her hand raised, and then I'll make a quick comment as well.
I don't think that we should send either letter. I think that this is something best left to individual parents. And I'd also like to add, I didn't realize that one of our board members was the person who was spearheading this. I thought it was somebody from the public who brought it forth. And considering that it actually happened to one of the board members, shouldn't that board member have recused him or herself instead of taking it to this level? If it had been me, I would have recused myself. I'm not speaking to the legality. I'm just saying that seems very close to the issue. Also in the first letter, it is speaking about banning because it says to move it to the adult only section. That essentially is banning a book. It's banning it to the adult only section. And what I never go to the adult only section. I don't expect for great literature to be put there. I don't expect for the book that is the subject of the summer read for the entire city of Los Angeles to be put in the adult only section. And I think that maybe the thought was not the best, but the idea of giving the book that is the subject of the summer read to the best and the brightest of the kids that sign up for the summer reading challenge. If you're asking the entire city to read it, maybe the best and the brightest of these kids could handle it. And again, I don't know about their choice in this particular book, but I don't think that it merits relegation to an adult only section. And I don't think that it's something that we should be involving ourselves in. As Claire had said, there are so many professionals with the minimum of a master's degree in library science who come to these decisions. And I don't think that we have the expertise. Individual parents, of course, have every expertise when it comes to what their children should read. But I don't think that this is that. Thank you.
So this is Cindy, and I'll go next, and Lalo is after me. You know, what happened and how and why did this happen? And from the points that I've heard here tonight, it sounds to me like the library had a book that they gave away to very young children after one of their events. That's what it, as a free gift. So it sounds to me like the parents weren't involved. to be able to even know that this was what the free gift was to be for these little children. And John Hales spoke earlier about somebody made a decision to give this as the free giveaway book. And who was that? Get to that person. That's a good suggestion. I would sure like to know who, because somebody else said they spoke with Artem and it came from higher above. The two people who spoke as librarians or with that education, I didn't catch that they spoke to little young children being given books without their parents' involvement. Is that how it's done? I mean, maybe I'm missing it. It's been a long time since little kids have been around, I suppose, but maybe I'm missing it. So how did it happen? Why does it happen? What's the future? Is this the kind of stuff that gets out there and is put out to the kids? I think that's what we are a neighborhood council. This is our community. We have had some good, healthy discussion tonight that's been excellent, all sides, great. And I think it's good that we've had it. Is it wise to go ahead and send this letter, even in a modified version, right now? Or should we hold off and come back with something better? Or bring parties in from the library system and have them give a presentation about their summer reading challenge or their winter reading challenge or their whatever it might be. Maybe this was an isolated incident that was a big mistake. I don't know, but we want to have we come here and in what we do to bring our voice, and everyone who has spoken has brought out their thoughts. It's been great. And I'm sure people beyond will hear and listen to this later on down the line as well. You know, we want our families and our neighborhoods to be safe. We want our families and our neighborhoods to grow and have a good community, bring back our community spirit where we're working together towards great things. We're a very diverse community and we know it. We know it. So what happened here? I hope we can come up with you guys are great. It's a great board. You've got great comments. I hope we can come to a solution, middle ground, hold off, whatever it may be, and move on from this because we have a lot of things to do. Okay, thank you. Sorry to go rambling on. Lala's next.
Thank you, Cindy. You actually expressed several of the thoughts that I had. Now, I made this amendment in the hopes that it would alleviate a lot of the tension that seemed to have been building up. And I have to admit, while I'm usually very firm, I make decisions and I've decided what I've decided. But on the other hand, some basic concepts like you actually can't legislate morality. I really understand how Cheryl and Trevor felt when their daughter received this book. I got it that this was probably a mistake. I also understand that we'll write this letter, the amended letter, and it'll never get carried out because they don't have the time. John was right. They don't have the time. Now, we've had a lot of discussion. We've got a lot of viewpoints from different people. And I think we all understand that there was some error made here, but it's not something that we, as the neighborhood council, actually can move forward on within our purview because it is legislating morality and we don't know who made the mistake. I'm not, we can do I'm going to let the board decide, but I really do think that as much as I disagree with what happened, well, you know, and as much as I think, well, there maybe something is doing something to groom people, is that exactly what we, as part of a government, should be taking up? Thank you.
Okay, I see Lenny, Trevor. Next. Lenny?
Yes. There's millions of good books out there that are very appropriate for children, that will challenge their reading skills and stimulate their minds and get them to see different viewpoints. Why this book? Who made the decision to distribute this book, going around the parents with this book full of obscenities and sexual content in it, to give directly to the children without their children seeing it? Why this book? The person who made that decision knew what was in this book, and he knew the age of the children that it was going to. So as the gentleman said earlier, we got to look at who made the decision and seriously question their intentions. I'm all for this letter. Thank you. Not for banning the book, just for sending the letter and questioning the intentions of the decision maker. I'm done.
Okay, Trevor's next.
So one point and then a question. So the one thing that didn't come up was the image of the Baphomet. There's a boy and a girl on either side of the satanic image, and often associated with Satanism is whether it be anachronistic or whatever, there can be child sacrifice. So that's another maybe implication, not explicit in the picture, but be that as it may, the question I have, are we going to vote on to send the letter? Are we going to vote on, because some in the group would want to send it as is, some want to modify it? What are we voting on, and what's the next step?
As of right now, we are specifically going to vote on the letter or that Lala put together specifically, just the wording that Lala set up. If the board votes not for that wording and wants to address the original letter, and that can be amended, then that's what the action would be. So what we're first voting on is what Lala presented.
We don't know what that is because it's not written and nobody can read it, as the previous caller said.
It has been read 4 times now, but I'll ask Lala to read it again before we vote on it for clarification. It was created at this meeting, so no, there isn't a written version.
Does that replace this letter in toto? In other words,
Yes,
this letter that's on the screen is completely gone, and what she has written replaces it?
Yes. So if the board chooses not to support Lala's letter, then it will go back to this letter. So, okay, Cindy, are there any more comments?
No.
Okay.
Does Lala confirm that?
I'm gonna ask Lala to read it again.
All right. So the amendment is to write a letter to the agencies listed, and so that's whoever is listed up here on the top of the letter, that the STNC is requesting that they review the age appropriateness guidelines for books recommended to children by the library, and that all LA libraries follow those guidelines. So that is what I had proposed, and nobody's said if we need to do a change. We might just, I don't know if we want to have a reference to this book in that it was given out, but that is the motion that we have right now.
Okay. So Carol, please call on me last if you would go ahead and call for the vote on Lala's motion.
Carol?
I'm sorry, I was muted. All right. Lala,
Yes.
Karen Purdue,
No.
Ed's absent, Carol Hutchinson, no. Lenny Freeman,
No.
okay, KT Travers,
No.
Trevor Schmidt,
No.
Claire Gordon,
No.
John Van Gunten,
No.
Karen Moran,
Yes.
Belinda Woodruff,
Yes.
Cheryl Smith,
No.
Michelle Wadler's absent, Shirley Kim absent, Chris Rowe,
Yes.
Nina Royal,
No.
Cindy Claycorn. Cindy,
Hey, I was muted. Yes.
yes, and Mark Siegel.
I like the original letter, so no.
No, okay, just a moment. 5 yes. 10 no. Oh, Lydia, I'm sorry.
No.
So that's 11 no, 5 yes, with 3 absent.
Yes.
I'd like to make an amendment to the letter.
Okay.
My amendment would be to remove a satanic image, a picture of Baphomet, page 78. And the rest of it stands.
Carol, did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that motion. This is Belinda.
Okay, Belinda, thank you. So Karen made the motion, Belinda seconded it.
Madam President,
Yes,
a point of order. You said there were some votes that we had to do that have to be done at this meeting. And if they have not been completed yet, I would like to table this till after those have been voted on before we lose a quorum.
I'll second that.
okay. Okay, let's go ahead and move to the items. I know one of them was the National Night Out item.
You have a motion to table. We should
know
take
what?
a vote, right? Do we take a
Is there
vote?
Mark, did you make a motion to table?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to this item. Who would like to second that?
Second, John Von Gunten here.
Von Gunten, okay. So Carol, if you could please put up the agenda for the items that we postponed that had to be done after the new business.
You want me to put, I'm sorry, you want me to put up the agenda?
Yeah,
All
the
right.
one, because I can't remember, there was National Night Out, there was a school
Yeah.
police.
I got it.
Okay,
On the funding items, it was E. On the non-funding items, it was F.
okay.
What am I going to do with you? What am I going to do?
Okay,
Okay, the funding item is for National Night Out. We're gonna go to that one first. Carol, if you could scroll down, or so we can see that one. Scroll up, I'm sorry. I think it was after that.
I'm trying to locate it. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I think I'm too far down. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, consent item and item number 10. E, Discussion action to approve $3,000 for National Night Out to be held on August 2nd, 2022, previously approved on the prior fiscal year budget. And this is, we're re-voting on it in the new fiscal year. That's because the money couldn't be spent last time. The money is moved to this fiscal year. So the money is to be used for things like the decorations, outreach, posters, setting up the event, snacks for the event like chips and cookies and the games that we're gonna, oh, there it is. There's a list: bottled water, bagged ice, prepackaged snacks, paper products, garbage bags, hand sanitizers, those are required, certificates of appreciation for police officers, committee banners for National Night Out, because we want to make banners for each of the committees because they'll have tables, disposable tablecloths, and the prizes for games, which will be STNC logoed items. So do I have a motion to approve this budget? And
This is Carol. I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Lenny. So Carol made the motion, Lenny seconded it. Are there any questions from the board members? Cindy, do you see any hands?
Thank you.
Let me check. I'm sorry.
I don't see any hands from the board members.
Okay.
Hand raised and Liliana.
Okay.
And
Then we're going to go ahead and go to the community for comments.
Nina's hand is up.
Let me,
she's in the wrong.
I put it down.
Okay.
Liliana.
John, if you could run the timer and give everybody 1 minute.
Okay, I'll go with Liliana first.
Hello. The LA City Council approved this year, the 2022 and 2023 approved $11 billion budget with a $87 million increase to the LA Police Department. And I want to know why the STNC is doing the public relations work for the LAPD. Why is the police union not putting up the funds, or the LAPD themselves putting up the funds to have an event to honor themselves? I say the tax money should not be going for National Night Out. This money should be used somewhere else in the community, not for this. They get enough of our budget already. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you. Next is Cyan. Cyan, you can unmute and give your comment. You have 1 minute.
Okay, Cindy, go ahead and move to the next person and then we can come back.
And we go to board members next, so it'd be Nina.
Okay. Go ahead and then we'll go back for that one public comment if they would like to.
Okay, Nina?
Yes. It also paid for the banners, and National Night Out is to bring the community together with the police. It's for the community to get to know them. We put out safety material of all kinds. It's not really to honor the police. It's to become familiar with them so people aren't afraid of them. And they are human beings just like the rest of us. And they are part of the community. So this price, what the money is a not to exceed. It doesn't mean that we have to spend every cent of it. It's that whatever is needed, we will have the money to buy it. And the categories that we're spending it on is what we listed. But the one thing we didn't list was the banners. We already purchased banners for it. So that was the last season's money. But I hope that you will vote for this because it's a great outreach event, not only for the STNC, but all of our other local organizations that want to participate. And Bolton Hall will be open at the same time as well. So it's a great outreach event for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, next is KT.
I only asked that this be removed from the consent item because I believe that there is possibility that this could be viewed, our presence there could be viewed as support of the police as a neighborhood council, and that is something that some people might not agree with. And so I wanted people to have the opportunity to say something about that. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Next is Karen Purdue.
Karen, go ahead, please.
Yes, just, excuse me. I want to say that the National Night Out has been a long-standing event that we do, yes, honor our police. And I think that we should align ourselves with the police. If someone is offended by the police, I guess it's America, you can stay home. This is not only a good time for us to those who would like to meet our local officers and have a chance to interact with them, but it's also a great outreach event. And last year was a huge success. Talked to a lot of people, got a lot of feedback. The location, I like Little Landers. People walk there. A lot of people were on foot. And of course, it's accessible by driving. This budget here is 1765. I hope that we're going up to, you know, the $3,000. I don't think it'll come to that, but because there's incidentals that can happen here. So, and I think we might be a little light on the food, just saying, because sometimes when it comes down to, you know, feeding 200 people, I think that was our projection last year, and we ran out of we ran out of stuff. So anyway, I think it's a great event. It's a people look forward to it. The turnout is always wonderful, and I suggest we vote yes.
Our projection is 300 this time or more.
It's 3,000 of people. Yes, we had over 200 last time. Cindy, can I make a comment? The reason that we choose Little Landers Park is because it reaches us. It's an outreach event specifically in the underserved part of our community where more of our people who live in apartments who are non-English speaking attend. Last year, there were so many people that did not speak English, but the Universal Smile was very well known. And there was so many people who had a great time. And we had people offer to participate in our events. It was amazing. The budget, like you see, it doesn't come up to the whole 3,000, but what isn't factored in here are some of the things that we don't know if we're going to have to pay or not. That's why we're putting the cushion in, such as the $800 that we had to pay to use the park. So that's why the budget is up to $3,000. That was my comment. Thank you. So
Okay, Carol Hutchinson is next. I do have some comments as well, and then Mark Siegel.
Yes, you know, I'm not a great person for going out, especially at night in the summer when it's so dang hot. So last year's National Night Out was a first for me, and it was a wonderful event. And the community came out; they were so happy, and it that's why National Night Out was actually organized, to get people out of their homes and also to let them meet their local police, because, you know, some people do come from places, countries that they're afraid of the police. And this is to help introduce it and form kind of a, I don't know, a bond or not a bond, but, you know, have them understand that these cops are there to help them. And I mean, the kids, they wanted to, you know, they had so many questions for the police, and a lot of them wanted their pictures taken with on the police motorcycle. And it was just a really good event. And, you know, I've been working on a budget. I did it last year. And we can up it, but, you know, I mean, I can up it to a lot. I can take off the whole thing, but I'm just trying to figure out how much, you know, we need. So I can increase all these numbers, but really this community has always supported the police, always. We have a stat committee that was formed that's been working with safety in our community, and they were always looking to have more police presence in our community. I mean, look at our streets, Foothill, especially with the accidents. We've been always supportive of the police, and they've always been real supportive of our community. So this is just a great event for everybody to get a chance to come out, talk to the police that they may not otherwise talk to. Hopefully it'll help loosen things up. And, you know, if they have fears, they can, you know, meet a cop and see that they're people. Anyway, that's me. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's see. The next speaker is Mark Siegel.
Hi, everybody. You know, when I was a kid, I was afraid of police. And I had a couple of experiences with some officers that had color of authority issues. And now that as I've gotten older, I have met many police officers and I have worked with them. And that person was an aberration. Those officers had color of authority issues, were not the standard police officer. And it sounds to me like there's a lot of people in our community that are being taught that police officers are bad, that they do horrible things. And I would just say to you that, you know what, to get rid of your fears, to take care of problems, to make our world, our community a better place, come meet the officers that work to keep you safer, that work to help you, that work to put the criminals away, that are robbing people, raping people, shooting people, and doing things in our community that hurt others in our community. That the officers put their lives on the lines to protect you. Come meet these people, talk to them, ask them questions, find out what they do and how they do it. See what it is that bothers you, ask them questions so that you can feel more comfortable with what's going on, and they can get you answers to what's going on further up the ladder. Also, many of the officers that we have worked with in our community are wonderful human beings, people that provided that on their days off would come here and do cleanups. They would rent a large truck and they would throw large couches into it and haul it off to the dump to make our community better. That's the kind of officers we get up here. And most of the officers, those are the kind of people they are. And so I would say, if you're afraid of our officers, if you think all officers are bastards or they're bad people or they're doing horrible things, then you're only looking at a very small percentage of people. You know, throughout a society, there's always horrible people and wonderful people and many people in between. But the people that, you know, that are coloring your view to be that all cops are bad, you're just looking at one very, very small little group of people. Most of them are wonderful, beautiful people. And come meet some, you know, it's what you need to do. And I recommend that you come do that. And I'd like to give more money for this event because a lot of people come out and they're amazed at how wonderful these people are. So, but I just want to stick with the amount we have because if we have to go through some kind of motion changes, it's going to take a lot of time. So let's go with it. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is Cindy. And my comment is that part of the charge of neighborhood councils is to bring people closer to their government. And this is an outstanding event every year that can do that and assist with that. So we're really plugging along. We're taking care of some costs that are for the broad and diverse community that we have. And I recommend that we approve the agenda item as presented on the agenda, and that we move on to the next item. Thank you.
Okay, Cindy, was there somebody in the audience for public comment that was not able to speak?
Well, KT has her hand up. I don't know if she still wants to speak, but I just want to be sure because I might have missed it.
KT spoke. I was referring, there was somebody in the community.
No, I think people are getting tired.
Okay, that's fine. I just
did have one other thing I wanted to say.
No.
No, go.
I think that some people are misreading what I say. My grandfather was a member of LAPD for 50 years. I have two brothers who are police officers. One's retired now. Brother-in-law is a police officer, and innumerable cousins and family friends who are. My concern comes from the unnamed community member who may have had terrible experiences, who doesn't want any more experiences, but would like to get to know their neighborhood council. And so my feeling is that it would be great if the neighborhood council had some sort of event where they weren't seen to be in support of police officers for the people who have, from that minority, had really terrible experiences. That's all. I have nothing against police officers, believe me.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we do a lot of different events. So maybe they'll come meet us at some of the other ones.
Okay.
Especially when we can get kind of more events going after, because of COVID, it's been kind of slow. But okay, Cindy, is that all the board member comments?
That's all the comments. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go for the vote.
All right. Lydia Grant,
Yes.
Lala Rowe,
Yes.
Karen Purdue,
Yes.
Ed's absent. Carol Hutchinson is yes. Lenny Freeman,
Yes.
KT Travers,
No.
Trevor Schmidt,
Yes.
Claire Gordon,
No.
John Van Gunten,
Yes.
Karen Moran,
Yes.
Belinda Woodruff,
Yes.
Cheryl Smith,
Yes.
Michelle absent, Shirley Kim absent, Chris Rowe,
Yes.
Nina Royal. Nina.
Oops, sorry. I'm just picking up coffee off my lap. Bye.
Yes or no, Nina?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Cindy Claycorn
Yes.
and Mark
Yes.
Siegel. Yes, okay. $14 yes, two no. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. 14 yes, 2 no, 3 absent. Thank you. It passes.
Okay. The next item is the 12F. The school police on USD campuses. Madam President, is that right?
Yes. Can we put the agenda item up?
Which agenda item now?
F, that was the school police.
It was F on the non-funding?
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, there you go.
Okay, discussion and possible action, school police on LAUSD campuses. School police officers are not allowed on Los Angeles Unified School District LAUSD school campuses. On July 15th, 2021, the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, VANC, unanimously passed the following resolution. The Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, VANC, representing the 34 neighborhood councils throughout the San Fernando Valley, views the safety of our children and school staff of utmost importance and strongly supports the resolution of school board member Scott Schmerlson and Dr. George McKenna, resolution number 029-20/21, entitled Ensuring Local School Site and Community Control, Authority, Autonomy, and the Choice Regarding Safe Campuses and the Protection of Our Students and Staff. The Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Council, VANC, strongly supports local control by each school site and the school community to allow the Los Angeles Police Department onto LAUSD school campuses, ensuring safe campuses and the protection of our students and staff. The Schmerlson-McKenna resolution did not pass at the LAUSD school board meeting, so school police are still not allowed on school campuses. In light of the school shooting in Texas on May 24th, 2022, the LAUSD school board should reconsider stationing of school police on LAUSD campuses, refunding the school police department, and hiring additional school officers. Therefore, the Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council supports the VANC resolution supporting local control. So do I have a motion?
I'll move that.
Okay, Mark.
Second.
Who was that? Nina?
I'm Nina.
Okay, Mark made the motion, Nina seconded. There probably is aren't any questions on this. Are there any questions from the board on this? If not, okay, let's move to the community for comments on this item.
Okay, you have two raised hands. Evelyn?
Okay, Evelyn, go ahead.
Thank you,
Please,
Cindy.
wait, Evelyn, please. Board members, please mute yourselves and keep your comments to yourself. Okay, Evelyn, go ahead.
Much appreciate it. I am just beside myself that you would choose to bring up Uvalde, which is a case study on the failure of police to protect children in schools to advocate for police in schools. You do not represent me on this item, and this is why. According to the 2021 ACLU report entitled No Police in Schools, Latinx students' arrest rates are 6.9 times higher in schools with assigned law enforcement than in schools without. And their law enforcement referral rates are 4.4 times higher. Students with disabilities arrest rates are 4.6 times higher in schools with assigned law enforcement than in schools without. And their law enforcement referral rates are 4.8 times higher. Black students' arrests are 7.4 times higher in schools with assigned law enforcement than in schools without. And their law enforcement referral rates are 4.7 times higher. No school in California should have a permanent police officer. School districts should not be able to create their own police departments or reserve forces, nor should they coordinate with any outside law enforcement agency to station law enforcement on a school campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, observing is next.
I have a clarifying question. To what body are you sending this this writing?
Okay.
You are allowed to answer clarifying
Yeah. I was just gonna say, yeah, I know. The clarification would, if we approve this motion, it would go to the LAUSD.
So neighborhood councils aren't allowed to lobby LAUSD. So that's not actually within the purview of what we're allowed to do. We're only allowed to lobby city council.
Then we can go ahead and write it. Let me finish. Then we can write the letter to our city council member and we can CC the LAUSD.
Okay, so then what are you voting on that? Or are you voting, because if it's to the LAUSD, that's actually not allowed.
We can go ahead and send it to our council member.
Okay, so then my next thing would be is that there is evidence that shows that in schools that have police on campus, when school shootings do occur, that the body count actually tends to be higher, which I know is like tragic and terrible, but since a lot of school shooters are intending to commit suicide in the process and essentially do suicide by cop, it's shown that it actually has a higher likelihood of death when police are on campus, because they're seeking out the police to be killed. So just based on the data alone, there's actually a contraindication there. And I know that it does sound sort of contradictory, but that's something to keep in mind, because I don't think anybody wants higher amounts of children who have passed away. And that is what the data has shown, which unfortunately we have enough data that this is something that we can actually study. So thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark has his hand raised. I see no other public comment.
Okay, I would like to make a comment and then Mark can make his comment. So I have had many issues with the school police, as many of you are aware. As the education representative, I dealt with the school police when we had real school police problems and went to the district, and many of you are aware of the situations that happened. However, I have to support this motion because I also watched our school police run and tackle a gunman who was heading towards our high school. And if you guys remember, it happened outside of the liquor store that is across from Caruso's restaurant. So having those local police potentially did save lives. So that is my, and if you guys remember back, for those of you who've been around for a long time, the neighborhood council actually gave certificates to the officers for that action. So that is my personal point. And Mark, go ahead.
Hi there. It's unfortunate that we have to have police in our schools at all. But our society is no longer a gentle society. We have lots of problems. And I feel that the school police are not trained as well as the LAPD are, and that occasionally that the school police will need to be supplemented to help when severe problems happen. And as much as I hate to have that happen, I think that it's required because the training is there. The training has happened with the LAPD. They have lots of special units to do things. And hopefully, God willing, this will never come about and we'll never have to deal with it. And I pray that that's how it will be. But it's always best to have a backup plan when bad things happen. So I believe we should allow the LAPD to go in and not be barred from the campuses. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other board comments?
No, I don't see any.
Okay, let's go ahead and call for the vote, please. This would be to send send a letter to support the resolution. And it would be sent to Monica Rodriguez, asking her to support the school board members' resolution with copies to the school board members. Carol, can we call for the vote?
I keep muting myself. Okay, Lydia Grant.
Yes.
Lala Rowe.
Yes.
Karen Purdue.
Yes.
Ed is absent. Carol Hutchinson, yes. Lenny Freeman.
Yes.
KT Travers.
No.
Trevor Schmidt.
Yes.
Claire Gordon.
No.
John Van Gunten.
Yes.
Karen Moran.
Yes.
Belinda Woodruff.
Yes.
Cheryl Schmidt.
Yes.
Okay, Michelle absent. Shirley Kim absent. Chris Rowe.
No.
I'm sorry, what?
No.
I didn't understand. It sounds like you said out.
No.
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Nina Royal. Nina, are you muted?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, Cindy Claycorn.
Yes.
Mark Siegel.
Yes.
Okay.
So Madam President, do we go to public comment next?
No, we should go back to the item and finish it. Item 11.
It looks like 13 yes, 3 no, and 3 absent. Okay.
Do we vote to remove it from the table? Mark?
I have a motion to,
No, you don't have to, the chair can use her discretion to pull it off the table.
yeah, I'm pulling the item off the table and back into discussion. We had left it, and this is item 11, which is in regards to the library book. Karen had made a motion, an amendment to the motion to remove all the references in regards to religion from the letter.
There were two
If you want to
lines
put the
that-
letter back up.
There were 2 lines that were to be removed, I recall.
So I would recommend that you have Karen restate what her amendment would be. So, and then we can pick it up from there. That would be best.
Okay.
Do we need to do that in a motion, or can we just say, does anyone disagree
We
with?
already made the motion. No, we have to vote on it.
Got it.
Karen, because we're amending it and we have to make sure we dot the i's and cross the t's.
Okay,
Make
what,
sure what we say is clear. So you had made a motion.
to strike a satanic image, in parentheses, a picture of Baphomet, page 78, which makes reference to religion, occult, or however you want to categorize it. Just be stricken and the rest stay.
Okay.
Just the one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Along with the image of it, correct?
Well, yeah, that would go along with it because
Okay.
it's no longer included.
I think that was Cindy's second thing.
Yeah, I thought there were
Okay, yeah,
Okay, just for clarification.
yes.
Okay, so Karen made the motion. I know we had a second. Who was that?
Oh, Belinda.
Belinda made the second, yes. So we have a motion and a second.
Can
Are
we
there-
show it?
What?
Can you show the image that we're voting on?
It's on the page. It's the right-hand corner image. So it would be to remove that image and to remove the reference to religion. As a neighborhood council, we cannot do anything that references religion. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the community for comment on this item, and then the board can decide. Go back, we'll go to comments of the board members.
Okay. I have
Dawn,
one raised
hold on
hand
one second.
observing.
Yeah, do we have any hands raised? And John, could you do the timekeeping? 1 minute.
And then I have Tujunga something,
Okay,
and then Evelyn.
okay.
I'm getting
Go ahead
you
and call
guys
them because I
lined up.
can't see them.
Hi, I just have one last comment. Am I to understand that the book in question was given to a child of a member of the council who, instead of addressing this with the library, turned around, apparently 2 council members turned around and turned this into a multi-hours long discussion and letter to the library system with the power of the entire council behind it? So if I have a problem with how the library is run, does that mean that I can come to you guys and you will spend just as much time on it and send that letter? I mean, they should both have recused. This is absolutely ridiculous. It looks really bad. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next is observed, followed by Evelyn.
Yes, so Jamie York, again, I don't think that you should send a letter at all, but additionally, the content that focuses on breasts is regarding breastfeeding. So am I to interpret that the position of the Sunland-Tujunga Neighborhood Council is that breastfeeding is obscene? Because I do not believe that breastfeeding is obscene in any way whatsoever. I think that's how we nourish our children in many cases. It is actually an activity that should be encouraged. And that actually is contradictory to the policies of the LA City government that is also encourages lactation and feeding of children. So that's an interesting take. Additionally, my understanding is that this event was an online Zoom event where they said they were going to be doing just like reading just a couple pages. So I'm curious if at this event, was it attended online or was it attended in person? So those are my things. But again, if you want to parent your child, that's fine. Absolutely on board with that. But you shouldn't be determining how other parents are capable of parenting their kids. But at the end of the day, we're not the nanny state. It's not our job as the government to tell parents how to parent their children. And I actually do sort of agree with the recusal thing as well. If this is something that is personally affecting your family and child, it's not really the appropriate way
Time is up.
to be dealing with
Time
it.
is up.
Thanks.
Okay.
Hey, Evelyn's next. Evelyn.
Hello again, everybody. This is just so exhausting. We keep debating the same issues. Why are we debating Cheryl Schmidt's and Trevor Schmidt's personal individual parental choices? Why are members of our elected council debating the merits of a book? What will be the book of choice for next month? When is this going to end? What are the boundaries to your perception of your power? This book, I would gladly give to my son, but that's not the problem. The problem is you believe that you have the power to decide what all of our children should have access to, based on what Cheryl and Trevor are upset about. Stop, please. This is incredibly dangerous what you're doing. And it is banning books if you're removing a book from a section of the library where it's intended to be this teen book. Parents, if you have issues with individual books, just go to your library. Go to the library supervisor. Please do not send this letter. You're overreaching. This is not your job.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Cindy, are there any more public comments?
Melissa. Sorry, it's getting late. Melissa.
Hi there. I've been here for the whole event and I'm actually really disappointed that you are considering going through with sending this letter. It's not appropriate at all for this neighborhood council to do this. I know you all feel very strongly about it for the people that are supportive of this letter, but it's not appropriate. You've heard what people have to say about this. And as the elected representatives, please listen to what the community is saying. They don't want you to send the letter. So can someone else please file a motion to take it off the table completely? Thank you.
Okay. Cindy, are there any more public comments?
No. So we're back to Mark and KT.
Okay. Mark, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. We've heard a lot of testimony from people and different things. And I believe that from what the community has said, that the majority of the people in the community felt that it's a good idea to at least have the book looked at a second time by somebody at the library for this particular book. It seems a bit more designed for older children, not for younger children. And so if we come to a vote, I would vote yes, because I'm listening to the majority of the people in the community who have made statements on this, that I would have to go with supporting the majority as an elected official. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen, go ahead. KT?
I'm having a dog barking problem. I'll forego my statement.
We'll come back to you. Is there any other board comments?
Trevor.
Trevor, go ahead.
With respect to the reference to Baphomet, I don't think we should take that out. It's still, it could be included, the idea of child sacrifice with the boy and the girl next to Baphomet. So I think that the whole kind of stands together. If one part is inappropriate, other parts are inappropriate to others. I don't think we should pick apart which part is inappropriate. I think the fact is that it is above a child's level to discern. So I would say keep the letter together and not pick it apart.
Okay, are there any other comments?
Yes.
Cindy, Lala has a comment, but let me say something really quick. You know, it's true. We've spent a lot of time on this, and I hate to see it be dragged out. I mean, it's really a shame. I really wish we could find out from the powers that be how it came about to begin with, and that's really what I think should happen. But having said that, I do think it's a voice speaking up, and it's something that has been missed for some time. So thank you.
Thank you. And who else was there any other? Lala, go ahead.
Yeah. As much as I agree with what Cheryl and Trevor have, been trying to do here, I still am looking at this, and it is not our place as a neighborhood council to actually go down this slippery slope. It is a slippery slope. We're not banning a book, but we're taking one incident which should be corrected somehow. And if Cheryl and Trevor want to have start a grassroots movement and want to petitions and whatever they want to do, they should do. But I think we're really in a bad place if we as a neighborhood council approve this letter. It will open up huge can of worms, and it is a slippery slope. It's not banning it, but it's a legislation of morality, and that is always a slippery slope. And as much as I'd like to see it, corrected, I don't think we as a neighborhood council can actually send this letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, Cindy?
Me.
Nina, go ahead.
Okay. According to the meeting that we had with the librarian, the decision to decide which books are given to whom and whether they're free or not is made by the downtown district. And what they do is they put out a list of books from the librarian from each branch to choose from. So this is where this came from. They get a list, and then they decide what they want, and they send in the list, and they send them the books, and out they go. So I think all we're doing is we are suggesting that they do it age appropriate from the very top, not put it on that list to send out to everybody for free at no charge, with parents not being involved or allowed to be involved because they don't know. Today's parents are all working. They're working big, long jobs. They don't have time to review what little book their kid brings home from school or his son home from school with them. And we should be protecting our children. We're not taking our parents' job. We're giving them the right to make the decisions. They should send the books or the list home to the parents that are underage and say, is this appropriate? Do you want your children to see it? That's all we're asking. We don't want to ban it. We want the parents to have rights and the parents to be informed, period. So I'm in favor of the letter.
Okay, thank you. Now, is that all the board comments?
No, I've solved my dog barking problem.
Oh, good, Kathleen, KT, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a question on a point of order.
Sure.
When there is a motion that is standing, is another board member allowed to make another motion, or does the standing motion have to be resolved?
There can be another amendment added to it, but it's really for purposes of keeping it clean and not confusing. It's better to address them one at a time.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
are you talking about the potential of having another amendment
Yes.
to the motion? We've already had one, and this is the second one.
Well, not an amendment. Considering what the one person from the public said, I was going to present the option that we not send any letter as an option, as opposed to working on this letter.
Okay, so to do that, you would just vote no for both of these items.
Okay.
Then there would be no letter. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, not a problem. So, so is that all the board comments?
Yeah, I think Nina and Lala, we got.
Okay.
I do see Evelyn's hand up again. Is that correct, Evelyn?
That is correct. Yeah, I just wanted to offer to Nina that I don't want her deciding on what our children can and cannot read. I know I'm a busy parent. When I have an issue with what my kiddos are reading, I just go straight to the organization that is involved on the relevant source. I definitely do not want Nina and many of you deciding what our children get access to. Stop regulating morality. We don't want you for that. We didn't elect you for that. That is not your job. And Nina, please know that this is not what you are showing.
Okay, we're going after specific board members.
Yeah. Comments have to be specific to the board, not to attack individual board members.
Mark has his hand raised, and then I don't know if there's anybody else.
I'm not attacking. I'm responding to what Nina brought up.
Then address the whole board, please.
Okay, Mark.
I would just like to say that the way and what this motion is for is not to take away a parent's right of what their children can see. It is to make sure that the parent does have the right to know what their children are seeing. That's what this is all about. That the parent has the right to help guide their child. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, are there any other board member comments? Okay.
So just
one last comment from me.
For clarification, you're going to be voting on the amendment, which is the removal of a line and an image. And then after that, we are going to be voting on the amended motion. Is that correct? Can you clarify that, Madam President?
I'm sorry. We are going to be voting on the version that includes the removal of the image and the item that's related to religion. That's what we're voting on.
That's an amendment. That's an amendment.
Yeah, so we're voting on the amendment right now.
Right. Okay. Now John has his hand raised.
Go ahead, John.
I only wanted to say that I agree with this amendment to remove the image and that line item. I am a member of a minority religion that gets slammed around by rednecks and ignorant people. And I wouldn't want any neighborhood council to opine as to whether there might or might not be a reference in a given book to Scientology. So like the German scholar said, when they came for the tradesmen, I didn't speak up. When they came for the Jews, I didn't speak up. When they came for me, there was no one to speak up for me.
I believe Mark spoke already. Is that right, Mark? guess so. Okay, Lydia.
Okay, so we're moving forward with the vote on the amendment that removes the religious connotation and the image that goes with that. So Carol, if you could please call for the vote.
All right, Lydia Grant.
Stop for a second. I need to make sure we're all clear here. So if you're voting yes, you're voting to approve what Karen said to remove those items. So my answer is yes.
All right. Lala Rowe,
No.
Karen Purdue,
Whoa.
Yes.
Ed's absent, Carol's yes, Lenny Freeman. Lenny? Did we lose Lenny? I'll come back. KT Travers,
No.
Trevor Schmidt,
Yes.
Claire Gordon,
No.
John Van Gunten,
Yes.
Karen Moran. Karen Moran,
Yes, sorry, it was muted.
thank you. Belinda Woodruff,
Yes.
Cheryl Smith,
Yes.
Michelle Wadler, absent, Shirley Kim, absent, Chris Rowe,
No.
no, Nina Royal,
Yes.
Cindy Claycorn,
Sorry, yes.
okay, Mark Siegel,
Yes.
okay. It's 11 yes, 4 no. Am I missing someone? Let's see.
Lenny's here now.
Oh, Lenny, that's right. Lenny, yes or no?
Lenny, this is to remove the section that Karen has requested from the item.
I think we just lost him.
Okay,
Oh, there he is. Lenny, yes or no? You're not muted. Okay. So, all right, without Lenny, it's 11 yes, 4 no, 3 absent, and 1, I don't know what to put Lenny as.
you put him as absent for the vote.
Okay, absent for vote. Okay, that's 4 absent.
Okay, so now we're moving to the original motion as amended to approve this letter with the removal of the items that we just removed in regards to religion from the item.
Okay. All right, ready? All right.
First I have to take public comment because this is the final version.
Oh, okay.
So, go ahead, Cindy, could you call for the public comments?
Evelyn, go ahead.
Why are Trevor and Cheryl voting on this? Why have they been involved throughout this whole process? That is, it's unethical. There's a conflict of interest. And Lydia, I'm looking for your leadership to recognize that. Trevor, Cheryl, you should excuse yourself from this issue. Carol, you're not muted.
Okay. Thank you, Evelyn. Cindy, are there any other comments?
No.
Okay,
Are you taking the board? Oh, I have a new comment.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with I don't think that the people who this is about their own child should be weighing in on this vote. I do think it's a conflict of interest, but also I think it's a super, super slippery slope. When I was a kid, I would read the children's Bible religiously because I actually grew up in a fairly conservative household. And the Bible is filled with content that if you didn't know it was in the Bible, you would find objectionable. You've got the slaughtering of the firstborns in Egypt. You've got Song of Songs, which is actually some pretty sultry stuff. There's slavery. There's stuff in there that a lot of people that if it wasn't in the Bible would find it objectionable content. And so my question is, should we be judging for other people what morality is? And I don't think that we should be. Parents should be able to parent their individual kids. I have no problem with that. But this is you guys as a neighborhood council deciding what's right for other parents. So I don't think that you should send this letter. I think it's wrong, and I think it's an anathema to the First Amendment. And the other thing I'd say is that there are kids who go through traumatic, bad stuff, and having a language that allows kids to understand some of those experiences is important. Thanks so much for your time.
Okay, that completes public comment.
Okay, any board comments on the item before we vote?
Yes.
Go ahead, Lala.
I just want to say that while I'm normally very relatively conservative, that I don't think that this is a correct thing for us to do. As much as I feel for the situation, it shouldn't be done via us. And that is my opinion, that we should not take this stand.
Okay. Okay.
I see no other raised hands, Madam President.
No other raised hands?
Correct.
Okay. I would like to make a statement. I personally do not support the letter as it is. And I did want to respond to a comment that keeps being made. And that is that that Cheryl and Trevor should not be part of this conversation. There are many items in the community that affect us. So for example, if we were voting on a signal that was out of timing, because every time I go to that light and I have to wait a long time and other people have addressed issues with it, that would be saying that because I brought it to the board, I couldn't vote on it or talk about it, even though it's obviously an issue that's affecting other people too. And just because it affects me doesn't mean that I should not have a right to address it or speak to it. There is no financial gain for Trevor or Cheryl in this item. So I disagree with the comments of conflict of interest. Saying that, I'm going to go ahead and move forward since there were no other public comments and call for the vote.
Okay. All right. Lydia Grant.
Let me say this vote is for the approval of the letter with the removal of the parts that we took out under Karen's motion. So this is for the final version.
Okay. Lydia Grant.
No.
Lala Rowe.
No.
Karen Purdue.
Yes.
Ed's absent. Carol Hutchinson is no. Liddy Freeman.
Yes.
KT Travers.
No.
Trevor Schmidt.
Yes.
Claire Gordon.
No.
John Van Gunten.
Yes.
Karen Moran.
No.
Belinda Woodruff.
Yes.
Cheryl Smith.
Yes.
Michelle absent. Shirley absent. Chris Rowe.
No.
Nina Royal.
Yes, for my grandchildren.
Cindy Cleghorn.
No.
Mark Siegel.
Yes.
Okay. 8 yes. 8 no.
Oh my gosh.
Motion fails.
You have a tie. Wow.
It's a tie motion. It fails. It has to be more than, it can't be a tie. It has
The only
to.
person who can break a tie is Lydia, but she's already voted.
I've
so
already voted
a
no.
tie.
Okay, next item, Madam President.
Yes.
Now,
Is public
11:50.
is I know. So is it public comment though? Correct.
Correct.
Oh, KT has something to add. Go ahead, KT. KT. I'm going to go ahead and move to public comment. KT, you can speak after.
It was just a public comment item.
Okay. Board comments are after public comments. So
Okay.
Everybody who wants to make public comment should raise their hand, and keep in mind that we all want you to go home.
Are we having any more voting items tonight?
I think we covered everything.
Thank you.
Okay. So KT, after public comments is board comments. So let's go ahead and go to the public comments, Cindy.
Okay, I see a one raised hand, Evelyn.
I'm just appalled by those of you who voted yes. I'm gonna leave you with this concern I have. And it's this: next month, when Cheryl or Trevor or any of you all come across another book that you deem obscene or inappropriate for children, is it gonna make it into your agenda again? If I bring a book I consider inappropriate, will you list it? And is this what we'll move forward with? So I'm concerned about that. That's what you all 8 of you, that's the door that you just opened. I make you personally responsible for that. I'm just beside myself that you would think that that's your job. It's not. For those of you in the audience who are listening, please vote next year. Run for office. If these people don't represent you, run. You can be a board member. You can decide local issues in a different manner.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. We are going to move to KT, and then I have a comment. We're on public comments, right?
Well, yeah, make sure that anybody else who has a public comment, please raise your hand.
Okay.
And if there's no more hands raised, then go ahead and go to the board comments.
So if KT is making a board comment, then we can move to that because mine's a board comment as well.
Okay.
Okay, hold on just a moment. I'm looking for my script. I had to have a script for this. As some of you know, my service dog, Dylan Thomas, terrified by illegal fireworks, tore out of the house on July 3rd. Thanks to a community effort with so many reaching out with sightings and wishes, including Lenny Freeman of this board, Dylan is home. A report led us to a 3.5-hour search into the night of the Angeles golf course, finding him just as the pack of coyotes started circling. Thank you everyone for your prayers and support. We are so grateful for it. In this search for Dylan, I discovered that as a community, we are united in our opposition to illegal fireworks, in our concern for our animals, nearly a quarter of whom suffer terrors as a result, and in the fear of the possible damage that could be done to our high fire danger beloved community. Therefore, I would like to propose a public meeting with representatives from our elected officials, fire and police departments, and the public to explore creative solutions to the problem, an event and program I would be happy to spearhead. And once again, thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone.
Oh my God, you made me cry. I'm so happy you got your dog back. I really am. I was very frustrated by the whole situation, and thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
You got to post a picture of Dylan. He's almost as cute as my dog.
So I would make a suggestion that KT, if you would like to lead that, let's contact me. We'll talk about what committee can help you with that. Outreach probably would be the best one. But I agree with you. I mean, we're already talking about bringing them together on the evacuation issues. I think they all go hand in hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other board comments?
Mark is next, and then
Go ahead,
Trevor, and then I'll give a little short comment, and we can hopefully wrap up.
Hi, folks. Okay, so I just want to say real quick about the fireworks and stuff. We used to have fireworks up here at the local high school. And when we were putting them on, we actually brought them down to 3/4 the height, which used half as much powder. And it made sure that they weren't near as noisy and they weren't as frightful for the animals. And one thing that we did find, and is why we kept doing it when we were putting on those fireworks, is because less people were doing it out in the community and in all over the community. They could get their fun at the high school, get it over with, and go home. So a lot less dogs were traumatized when we used to do the fireworks at the high school. So I just wanted to let people know that that's what happened. Now that we don't have the fireworks at the high school because of things that have happened, that a lot of people are bringing in their own fireworks, doing their own thing, and it's really compounded and gotten worse. So maybe at some point we can get back to doing the fireworks at the high school, and we can make it so that it's short and people can be able to watch their be with their dogs and everything. And maybe the neighborhood council could get like doggy valiums for people to help them with their doggies for that short period of time. And I don't know if that's really possible, but I of course have a dog. She does not like fireworks either. She doesn't mind lightning and thunder. Why she'll go outside and have a great time with that. When it comes to fireworks, she's terrified. So I do understand. I am a pet owner and I don't want to scare pets. Anyhow, you all have a great week.
Okay, are there any other board comments?
Trevor and then Lenny.
Trevor, go ahead.
KT, I'm very happy your dog is safe and that the coyotes didn't get him and that we were able to save him. With respect to the comments, people brought up my name as being a bad board member because I want to protect children from receiving books that I feel are inappropriate. I have no problem with other people's position, but I do think that I'm disappointed that that people think that we can't, obviously we can't legislate. All legislation is moral. There is no immoral, but my point is this, it's disappointing that people think we can't push back against someone giving a book to children. That seems disappointing to me. It's too late. I'm not expressing myself clearly. Maybe I'll get it right next time. Anyways, have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you.
Lenny's next.
Go ahead, Lenny.
Yeah, 2 points. First of all, the fireworks at the high school, even if we do bring that back, that's not going to stop people from shooting off their own fireworks. There's a lot of money behind that coming out of Clark County, Nevada. There are coordinated efforts of law enforcement to intercept people going into California with a trunk full of fireworks. That's working. I talked to Captain Johnny Smith, and they had a way of tracking down people who are storing a lot of fireworks inside their house, which is extremely dangerous to the neighbors because it can blow up. So we need to back law enforcement into going after the fireworks. The other thing about the school police on campus and talking about the horrible mass shootings that take place, as long as children are being given antidepressants, which has increased 3,000% over the last 20 years, at least according to Tucker Carlson, that the antidepressants are linked to many mass shooters, and that needs to be addressed. We can't do it here in the neighborhood council. I just wanted to bring that up and bring everybody's attention to it. Thank you. I'm done.
So this is Cindy Cleghorn. My board comments are I want to thank everybody for their participation. in tonight's meeting. It was emotional. It was heavy at times, but I think we got a lot of important comments, information, clarification, and we got some things that kind of steered off also. But in the end, you can tell that in this particular vote, which is rare for the neighborhood council when we vote on things, is we're right down the middle. Had there been a couple other people here that were absent, it may have turned out differently. But I wanted to just compliment everyone for participating in the process. There are many big issues like this and bigger issues for us to go through and that we will have. And I hope that we are prepared when that happens. Even if I'm not here to be with you, I'll be on the, the other side of the fence here, or not. And then, so I just wanted to thank you all, everybody, thank you. The thing with the fireworks, we miss them. Mark and I have been part of the fireworks for a few years, and we carried it on from another group of people that all their effort was to bring the community together. So that's what this community is really good at. I hope somehow, someday it may come back alive, so that we're not, stretched thin, but that that we come together for a great event, and if it's to be, or something like it. So anyway, thank you very much. And it's the latest meeting I think we've ever had. Good night.
Okay, I would like to thank everybody for hanging in there, and I appreciate everybody's participation, everybody's comments. That's what it's all about, is listening and opening lines of communication and discussing the issues. I know some people are disappointed with the outcome. I know others are happy with the outcome, but the fact is we all are here for what we think is best for the community, regardless if we have the same opinions or not. And I just wanted to adjourn the meeting in memory of Stephen Black, who was on our outreach committee, who had been out there doing the cleanups, and he was a very valuable member of our committee, and he will definitely be missed. And I wanted to thank everybody for putting in all the time and effort that you have tonight to address these issues. So thank you again, and I hope you have a good night's sleep after this. And I'm sorry that the meeting went so late, but it was really important that we heard from everybody. So thank you. I'm adjourning the meeting at 12:03. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Let's go, Brandon.
Good night.
Bye.